Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon and welcome to our special commission meeting of June 27th. I'll turn it over to our city clerk, Rafael Granado, to give us any announcements.
Good afternoon, everyone. During this hybrid special commission meeting, the City Commission is physically present in the Commission Chamber at Miami Beach City Hall, 1700 Convention Center Drive, 3rd floor. The public is invited to attend the meeting virtually. However, members of the public who wish to attend the meeting or provide public comments in person may appear at the Commission Chamber. To participate or provide comments virtually during the Commission meeting, the public may join the meeting by visiting the Zoom app on their smart device or on the web at zoom.us, or by telephone at 305-224-1968. Again, 305-224-1968. The toll-free number is 888-475-4499. The webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Members of the public wanting to speak virtually on an item during the meeting must click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app, or press *9 on the telephone to raise their hand. The Zoom link, webinar ID, and telephone numbers provided for this commission meeting are static and remain unchanged from meeting to meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Looking around the room for someone to pick for the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm trying to see who would know it, and I see Capri Magazine over there. Some of you may recognize that last name.
Come on, can you help me?
Come on up.
Yeah, right here.
Daddy will come with you. Ready? Come with Daddy. Ready? Go ahead. Okay.
Come,
Here.
come.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I wasn't necessarily in a special commission meeting going to do an invocation, but I actually was looking over at Reginald Lester, and I had the privilege of having my family bowling next to his pastor last year, and we got to talking, so I thought, why don't you give us some words of inspiration? Sure. Thank you, Reg.
Good evening, everyone. Commission.
And
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
One of our finest.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for this opportunity. And I'll say to you that God has given us choices. And it's important for us to stay sober. It's important for us to respect one another. It's important for us, even when we have difference of opinions, to respect each other. And it's important for us to love each other. And with that, I'll say a short prayer. And let us focus on the calling of being public servants. Heavenly Father, we thank you for freedom that you give us. We ask that you guide these leaders to make wise decisions that will impact and affect the lives of the residents, visitors of Miami Beach. Fill their heart with trust and guide their words with wisdom. Give them strength to remain balanced, peaceful, steadfast, so that we all can enjoy this beautiful city. We thank you in advance for the outcome of this meeting. We give you all honor and praise. And for all who agree in advance that this meeting will be a good meeting, and this meeting will be a productive meeting, and this meeting will help guide the city and move the city forward, say amen.
Sergeant, I think you have a future. Hopefully you'll be with Miami Beach for many years, but you might have a second career. Well, I think you gave us a blessing last week. There's no balance. It's all one God.
Exactly. So
If it's short.
it's very short. Thank you. Master of the universe, we stand before you today with humility and gratitude. Bless this gathering of the City of Commissioners and all those who serve our community. Grant them wisdom, integrity, and compassion as they deliberate and make good decisions for the public good. May their hearts be guided by justice, their words by truth, their actions by kindness, as it's written in our tradition, tzedek, tzedek tirdoif, justice, justice shall you pursue. Bless our city with peace, safety, and unity. Protect its residents, uplift the vulnerable, and inspire us all to act with love for our neighbors, respect one another, and responsibility for the future. May we be partners in healing and building and blessing this place we call home. Let's all say amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful. Ralph, guide us on next steps. Sudnik?
There is a Sudnik at the minimum for 15 minutes. You can have more than that if needed. All these items are also public hearings. So maybe you wish to do 15 minutes of Sudnik and then open when you have the items, do the public hearing. It's up to you how you want to run it.
Well, why don't we see how many people
Yes,
want to actually speak?
if you're
on
here for
Sudnik?
Sugnik, can you come over here to make it easier?
Yeah, because
Speaking
we're
on
basically
the wall,
going to,
please.
unless you can't stand, and then just tell us, but we're going to, I'd like to know, because if we have, let's say, hypothetically, if we had 60 people who wanted to speak, we're going to have to limit the time. So, and Ralph, how many people on Zoom for
We have
Sudnik?
7 right now.
Okay.
Well, they're probably all here to speak on these items.
No,
so-
and we're having a public hearing. So my question is, how many people want to speak on Sutnik as opposed to coming and speaking during the public item? That's what I'm asking. There'll be an opportunity at each item to speak as well. This is just the Sutnik hour. Okay. Oh, Sutnik means it's an open forum. You can speak about any topic you want, pretty much. So okay, it doesn't look like that many for Sutnik. Okay. Please, coming up.
Good, of course, yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandra Casola, and I live at 74 Harding Avenue. And I'd like to say hello to Mayor Minor and to all the commissioners and to everyone here. The reason why I'm here today is I wanted to speak about the Doville project. I've come on previous meetings, either here in person or through Zoom, giving my support to the project. I've lived in North Beach since 1992 with my family, and I lived previously in the original Doville. Ever since it was demolished, that area has changed quite a bit since the original Doville vanished, and the businesses in that area suffered because of it. And the area changed also in the aspect that I didn't see that much foot traffic in regards to people passing through that area as I did when the original Doville was there. I used to see a lot more activity there, and in that area had much more energy and was more vibrant. And I think that the Doville project would bring back that, what's lacking in that area. It would help the local businesses because they suffered quite a bit when the Doville left, and also before that with COVID. So, we need to help our local businesses, and I think this project would be very positive for that area and would bring back the energy that was lost. And would bring back the activity that I used to see. I really love North Beach, and I sincerely, I give my full support to this project. And I've heard, oh, sorry. Okay, well, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Liz.
Oh, hi. Hi, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for having me. I am a new resident from Los Angeles, California. It's imperative to understand that I grew up without a very financially stable home, so I feel like I'm an expert to speak in this. Coming from LA, I saw what happens when the government and the local community does not take responsibility for how the women and children are handled in their state. I left because, as much as I loved California, I was traumatized from walking down the streets of Beverly Hills, which is considered to be one of the safest zip codes, being verbally and physically attacked with a toddler. Moving down here, it's imperative to keep our community safe, specifically the women and the children. The 1250 project is not something that is just going to bring a lot of business to our community, but something that will really bring vibration and more energy to Miami, Florida. I highly, highly encourage you to consider what would happen to women and children if this hostel, which is a rehab clinic essentially for homeless people, is allowed to be free into society instead of a place that's safe for these people to actually heal properly. If we really care about the homeless community and their drug rehabilitation, we need to put them in a place that's safe. I know that Tanya, Laura, Kristen, as women, you can understand the importance of a female to feel safe. And I really hope that you take that into consideration when it comes to the people, specifically the women and children of Miami. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you state your name, please?
Liz Kennedy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm actually going to go now to two outside. So Michael K., you have, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Michael, please unmute yourself. Let's go then to James Julius. Please unmute yourself, state your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is James Julius. I live at 650 West Avenue. I also own the Harbor Club in Sunset Harbor, and I'm also here to voice my support of the 1250 project. My wife recently had a baby. We have a 2-month-old, and she feels unsafe to walk our baby in our own neighborhood, which is one issue. Obviously, they are doing the boardwalk. What's crazy about this whole thing is the only way that my wife can enter the boardwalk right now is opposite this homeless shelter, which she will not go even anywhere nearby. On top of that, I have had people come into my restaurant and take things, which is absolutely insane. It's bringing destruction to the neighborhood, and we deserve to live in a safe neighborhood. And I think this obviously is a very great option for the city, where my wife and I plan to be residents and business owners for a very long time. And thank you for everything.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Matt Himmelsbach. I'm a resident of Miami Beach. I'm also a property owner in Sunset Harbor. I have 2 under 2. My wife had a baby last week. Here in support of 1250 West Avenue redevelopment. Thank you. Echoing a lot of the sentiment, we don't feel safe in that area. The Bikini Hostel has been a source of disorder, and it seems, to increase the homeless, and really just echoing the sentiment that, the redevelopment allows us a chance to move Miami Beach in a direction that we're looking for. That area has a lot of potential, and having residents with young kids and really anybody, business owners, feeling unsafe is just not something that I think we want to support. So I urge you guys to support the development. Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Representative Fabian Basabe. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, everybody. This is Fabian Basabe. Don't know if you can see me on video. I live at 9 Island Avenue, and I am concerned about the uncertainty you all are producing. That's exactly what we're creating here. Uncertainty in our condo market and uncertainty in our business market. Miami Beach residents need to understand that what you've allowed these consultants to manipulate is exactly how you collapse a community and destroy trust in the real estate market. Let's talk about what's really going on with overdevelopment in Miami Beach. It's not just the towers, it's the tactics. This city commission is creating deep uncertainty in the condo market. Buyers are afraid to invest in buildings that might be bought out. Owners are holding back on renovations because they don't know if their home will still be there next year. That's not a healthy market. That's instability by design. We're watching a pattern. Buildings left to deteriorate. Others are quietly filled with short-term renters or unhoused individuals to create pressure and discomfort. This is not a coincidence, it's a strategy, a slow motion takeover meant to drive out owners and clear a way for developers. And it's not just the overdevelopment, it's the policy. Specifically on this issue, the local homeless ordinance pushed by Commissioner Fernandez and voted by most of you. That ordinance needs to be repealed and state law must be enforced. Repealing it would have saved taxpayers tens of millions and actually helped the people who actually need the help that are in these makeshift shelters right now. Instead, you've made the residents pay twice while the most vulnerable are being used as pawns. Commissioner Gonzalez, you said you would take this on. You told me personally. You said you might
Representative
spend
Basabe, you've actually broken the rule twice now. You do not mention, and you know the rules very well, do not mention commissioners by name. That is a violation of our code.
Got it. So while we're here, and let's also discuss the impact fees for these projects on today's agenda. In general, they have not been raised since 1995. You all know it. You've ignored it while the residents have been subsidizing growth for decades. One of the commissioners, I appreciate him finally bringing it up.
Representative, I just wanted to correct the record. I actually brought that to the commission a number of months ago, and we just voted to approve it and rectify that situation on Wednesday. So that has been rectified, and I agree it's a shame that it took so long to be rectified, but that is on prior commissions, not this one. Thank you.
There's actually a lot I'd like to rectify from the record, but I'm not going to spend the time in our commission meeting doing it.
I'll reclaim my time if I may.
Time is up, so thank you very much, Representative.
Mr.
We're going
Mayor.
to go next to
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And in fact, we are in part here today because our representative, Fabian Basabe, voted to silence the vote of the electorate. The Miami Beach Charter says that FAR increases are to be voted solely by the electorate, by the voters, by the residents of the city of Miami Beach who passed a charter referendum saying that they wanted that right. And Representative Fabian Basabe voted aligned with that state statute to take that right away from the residents of the city of Miami Beach. And I think it's important for the residents and the taxpayers of this city to be aware of that as they engage in this conversation. Thank you.
Sir, go ahead, state your name, address, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Martin Moeller. I'm a year-round resident of 1330 West Avenue. Over the past 8 months, you've heard many different arguments against the proposed tower at 1250 West Avenue, and actually surprisingly few arguments in favor of it. Many of the latter have been self-serving, as in the remarks by residents of one side of 1228 West Avenue, concerned about changes to their views. Curiously, early on, some area residents endorsed the proposed tower because it would bring a, quote, desperately needed parking garage to the Bikini Hostel site. Well then, equally curiously, the parking garage disappeared, and in favor of a park that we supposedly also desperately need, even though there's a much larger park with abundant amenities just 2 blocks away. Let's face it, from the public perspective, as we've seen already today, the proposed zoning amendment at 1250 West Avenue is now almost entirely about the Bikini Hostel, and to a much lesser extent about the privatization of infrastructure improvements. Yes, the Bikini Hostel situation needs a solution, but a tall tower for the ultra-rich that violates the comprehensive plan on a site across the street from the hostel site is not that solution. The debate has been exhausting and trying, and I think, frankly, deep down that all of you know that fundamentally this proposal is wrong. It goes against many principles of good planning and good governance. It is a sellout of the public interest to a private entity with dangerous implications for future development along the bayfront and elsewhere in Miami Beach. It would be an irrevocable stain on the character and reputation of our city. We would welcome an as-of-right development at 1250 West Avenue. Please draw the line there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to go to the next virtual caller, Lisa Napolitano. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, Lisa Napolitano, 226 Ocean Drive. Good afternoon, Mayor Minor and commissioners. I'm calling to voice my objections to the proposals for 1250 West and the Doville. The dollar value of the increased height and FAR under both proposals is not justified by the purported benefits to our city. Both proposals also have significant community opposition, a factor that should be considered when deciding whether these are good deals for the city. The Doville proposal sets the terrible precedence of rewarding demolition by neglect and the sale of increased height and FAR by this commission rather than enforcement of our zoning regulations, opening the floodgates to more 400-foot towers and putting us on the path to becoming Sunny Isles eventually. 1250 West, in exchange for double the permitted height, promises to solve the homeless problem created by the Bikini Hostel. I would urge the city to explore shutting down this hostel as a non-conforming use under our zoning regulations and/or buying the building rather than outsourcing the solution of this problem to the developer. We all know that both developers can create architecturally distinctive and in-scale buildings that are profitable for them and benefit our community. And if you have any doubt, look no further than Monad Terrace, directly next door to 1250 West and by the same developer. Using the metrics of tax revenue, zoning alignment, sustainability, job creation, community support, and public benefits, Monad Terrace was a better deal. Overdevelopment is one of the greatest problems our city faces and contributes to other problems. These proposals, if approved, will worsen traffic and further tax our aging infrastructure, as well as compromise the character and beauty of our island, not to mention the untold environmental impacts. Rather than spot zoning, we need development according to a comprehensive plan and in keeping with our zoning regulations.
Your time is up. I apologize. Go ahead, please. State your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Wanda Jamin, 8305 Crestview Boulevard. I'm here to oppose the Doville project 100%. I emailed every single commissioner and the mayor this morning. I've been doing this for months. I think it's a big conflict of interest. The developer has all right to build whatever he wants. But when a developer writes to the city attorney and tells them, I'm gonna have a commissioner, have this commissioner put this on the item for vote, it's a problem. It's a huge problem. Secondly, full disclosure, I emailed 160, the state, Florida, Senate are watching. They all responded. The only one that responded to me this morning was Mayor Minor. I emailed the House completely, Governor DeSantis, the AG office, the Board of Ethics. Basabi just spoke. Basabi is one person. He voted for SB 1730. Why? Because our commissioners are constantly allowing these developers and the same ones to build over our zoning laws. So the blame shouldn't be on Basabi. The blame should be for the commissioners that are making our situation really bad. I'm a senior with disabilities. I live all the way up in Biscayne Point. If I have to call an ambulance, the traffic is literally sick. I've been in Indian Creek, and I see an ambulance in the rearview mirror for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, trying to get through, running through incoming traffic. Every minute counts, and this is a life safety issue. Please consider this, defer this to the Live Local Act, do our infrastructure kind of study. I beg you. It's not for no other reason but a life safety issue. Thank you.
Our next virtual caller is Peter Vanderlee.
Hi, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak. I am a Miami Beach resident and voter and own my apartment at 6365 Collins Avenue, which is near the Doville site. I am not against building on the Doville site. Far from it. I believe a well thought out development will be a boost to the area. However, I am concerned over the height of the proposed project and the increase in FAR. As a resident, I no longer have a right to vote on the proposed FAR increase and now need to rely on the commissioners present here to represent the community's interest. I strongly believe that the proposed increase in FAR and the height of the Doville site sets a terrible precedent for North Beach and for Miami Beach in general. One thing I do agree with is that Miami Beach will not be like Sunny Isles. Instead, if this project is allowed to proceed as proposed, Miami Beach will eventually be known as the not so Sunny Isles. Other individuals are beginning to speak up more against the Doville project as it stands now. I sincerely hope that the mayor and the commissioners will listen and push back on this project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Carrie. Carrie, please go ahead. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Karina Mercado, and I live at 1200 West Avenue. I'm here to voice my opposition for the JDS development proposal. The bikini hostel situation has nothing to do with the 1250 development. That situation is a policy failure by the commissioners and mayor. The next time a developer wants more height or FAR approved, a homeless shelter will magically pop up in the vicinity of where they're trying to get approval from. You're setting a very dangerous precedent here. People are not opposed to rebuilding, but we would only like to allow them to build within the existing height and FAR limits. I also want to point out that many of those publicly expressing support for the JDS proposal are not even residents of the neighborhood. They're mostly real estate agents that are just desperate to make a sale because they haven't sold anything. So their input should not be weighed the same as those of us who actually live here. This is Miami Beach. We don't need to beg developers to build here. We don't need to give them all these allowances. The developers should be begging us to build here and to adhere to our zoning laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Joey Scalini.
Hi. I'm using a different Zoom because mine wasn't working. I'm actually Tony Sheena, and I'm a resident at 1250 West Avenue. And I'm here to express my full support for the proposed redevelopment of this property, not just as a resident, but as someone who has made a personal and financial investment in this building. For many of us who own units at 1250, this project represents our last real opportunity to protect our investment. The building is outdated, infrastructure is aging, the cost of maintenance keeps climbing to crazy amounts. Like, I don't know how people can afford it anymore. It's becoming financially and unsustainable for many of the owners, some of whom are retirees or working families who simply can't afford to keep pouring money in a deteriorating old building. Selling to the developer isn't just a business decision, it's a lifeline. It gives us a chance to close this chapter. Without this redevelopment, many of us will be left with declining property values, rising fees, and no realistic path forward. The project is a chance to turn the page, and it's a meaningful improvement to both the building site and the neighborhood. It benefits residents, it enhances the area, and for many of us owners, it provides a much needed solution. I respectfully urge you to support the redevelopment at 1250 West Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next virtual caller has a phone number that ends in 4556. Please unmute yourself and state your full name, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Hello, I'm speaking on behalf of David Whitking. He's a former resident at Bay Garden Manor, Unit 10W. David Whitking is 80 years old. He was born in 1945. He served in Vietnam in 1965. He purchased that condo unit 10W in Bay Garden Manor, 1250 West Avenue, September 1st, 1990 for $41,000. He's lived there ever since. Unfortunately, he had to sell his unit to his boss in May 2018, but with the agreement to live there for free or cheap. Unfortunately, his boss had to sell to the developer early for a lowball offer for $350K in November 2024, and he was kicked out around Christmas. I asked the mayor and Madam and Mr. Commissioners to humbly ask the developer to please allow David Whitking to live his last days looking at the beautiful views of Miami and Miami Beach and biking around, trying to remember his days playing volleyball on the beach. It's not gonna, the developer owns 10W. Let David Wheatking stay there for cheap or free. I humbly request that from the developer through the mayor and commissioners. And I also asked the mayor and commissioners, why does everyone complain about Bikini Hostel feeling unsafe when you've had 24/7 police presence right in front for at least 6 months, if not longer? You would think it would be the safest spot, having a cop there 24/7 to make sure everyone's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller.
Wait, can I just respond? If Mr. Whitkin needs a place to go, could he please come to one of our offices on the 4th floor? Because we have the Miami Beach Housing Authority, and there are many units that are affordable there, and we can get him housing. So please, please reach out to our office. Thank you.
Our next virtual caller has a screen name of FC User. State your full name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Donald Knight. I'm here with my husband, Raymond Kenny. We live at 1228 West Avenue. We bought an apartment there a couple of years ago and just moved to live here permanently full-time. We support the development. We think it's best for our building, best for the neighborhood, and best for Miami Beach. You know, the Bikini Hostel is dilapidated, it's dangerous, and we will be getting the Baywalk completed next to us. So we support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Rock Sofer. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners and mayor. My name is Rock Sofer. I live at 2041 North Bay Road. I'm also the owner of 17 West, where the Trader Joe's is located. I'm here today to express my full support for the 1250 West Avenue redevelopment and the closure of the Bikini Hostel. We've had increased homeless presence at our property and in Sunset Harbor, and this is just not what our neighborhood needs. We've had harassment and people sleeping in the stairwells, and we just feel like this is not the direction that Miami Beach is going, is West Avenue and our neighborhood. The 1250 redevelopment is an opportunity to move forward. It means new energy, new investment, and a chance to make our area safer and more welcoming for everyone. I do feel that the scale of the project, by adding more height, actually gives a benefit as opposed to creating more of a block, lower rise project that would create more shadows and less appeal to the neighborhood. So I do urge you to support this project and hopefully can make Miami Beach a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Donovan Aguilar. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Donovan Aguilar, 1215 West Avenue. I am the employer of this business, Joe and the Juice. And my main concerns, I'm calling in to support the redevelopment and the removal of the Bikini Hostel. While I feel a huge amount of sentiment for the situation that the homeless people are going through, it has become a much more dangerous situation for my employees who come in at 5 in the morning and on the contrary as well, leaving at 9 or 10 at night. When it's very dark, I've had many issues with them, and I have a lot of repeat offenders that I unfortunately have had to trespass, which I can't blame the populace as a whole, but it is a big safety issue for me and a lot of the residents as well, especially during those dark hours. And so I'm gonna keep it short. I just want to support the full redevelopment of it as long as these individuals are safely transported to a better location and hopefully a situation that's better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Brian. Brian, go ahead. State your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Brian Keene, and I live at 1000 West Avenue. I've called in previously just to ask the commission to please restrict the height of this project. I think the neighborhood would benefit from a project like as this. However, the height would set precedent that would really cause other developers to follow suit. I'm also so disappointed by hearing everybody trying to use the bikini hostel as the cudgel and their excuse for supporting this, because I've lived in this neighborhood for the last 20 years, and the bikini hostel has been an issue. However, even with the homeless, I have seen absolutely no difference. The police presence, as someone pointed out, is there, 24/7. And so all these people that live in south of Fifth claiming, oh, it's unsafe, and my daughter, you know what? It's a bunch of BS. You're just going to use it to try to scare everybody. Focus on the issue of trying to get rid of the bikini hostel, and focus on the issue of keeping the developer within the laws that were passed in order to restrict the height of the project so that we can all benefit. There's no need to employ scare tactics in order to sort of gain cover. Yeah, we are a city of rules and laws, and so I would like you to follow the laws that are, been set and written on the books. And Miami Beach is not, some bastion of safety. It's a pretty safe city, but we do have our own crime all over the city. So, I live on West Avenue. I don't see anything different than I see anywhere else in the city. So I really would like to stop people demonizing these homeless for the sake of passing this project. Thank you.
Our next virtual caller has a Samsung phone. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, this is Paul from 1250 West Avenue. I just want to say, if some people feel unsafe, then maybe they should move out of the neighborhood instead of trying to force 238 units out of the neighborhood due to their safety. And my second question would be for, I've never seen an issue at the hostel. There's cops out there 24/7. It's perfectly safe. My second question is, if Mr. Stern gets his 300-foot height increase in FAR that he wants, and his $300 million in extra profits, is he going to give homestead owners any assistance in moving and relocating, as we've been there 8 months past close already, incurring charges, and we're not going to be able to appreciate and use the Baywalk and the community benefits because we are being priced out. Is he going to compensate us at all for this? And that's a legit question I'd like you to ask him. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller has an iPhone. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Noah Backow. I'm a resident of 880 West 47th Street. Thank you, commissioners, for your time today. I just wanted to say I'm in support of the project at 1250 West. I think that moving some of the homeless residents to a place that has the necessary services to help them get off the street and on the path to a better life is a really good thing for the city and each of the individuals that are experiencing homelessness. So those are my thoughts. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Our next caller is Scott London.
Hi, my name is Scott London. I live on the Venetian Islands and drive past this property all the time. I think this is really a win-win for the city, especially as your last caller referenced the Baywalk and things like that. A lot of things get accomplished here that really need to be accomplished. The private-public sector partnership really sounds like this is the perfect cause for that. And it'd be nice to see this all go through. It helps with get rid of the bikini hostel and that whole issue, which no matter how you slice it is an issue, and it fixes the waterfront and it adds more residents to the neighborhood. It's a win-win for everybody.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Sima Maimon Bahar. I'm from Israel, but I live in Miami for 20 years. I live in 520 West Avenue, and I have 3 beautiful girls. We walk in every day to the synagogue in 12th in Alton, and we walk in also to the synagogue in Sunset Harbor. We live in West Avenue for 10 years. I want to tell you, people, that it's become very scared to let my three beautiful girls, young girls, to walk in the neighborhood. It's very dangerous. I don't feel safe anymore. It's become to a point that I used to let my girls to go to South to a 5 park to play afternoon, 3 of them, and now it's not happening anymore because you see very stranger people there, people just sleeping on the street, on the road, inside the park, outside the park, and it's become very dangerous. I don't think that the bikini hostel, now that is full of homeless people, is safe to our kids. It's safe to the neighborhood. People working there, people live there, we have family, we have kids, we're going to the synagogue, they're walking to school, they're coming back. I heard somebody saying that, like, if it's not comfortable, I believe you don't have kids, so you don't understand how it's scared to live in a place that there is homeless all over the place. We buy the house because we felt that it's a safe neighborhood, it's a good place for us to raise our kids. There's still a synagogue next to us, and now it's become very, very dangerous. And also the value of the houses is going down, so it's not fair. You know, we work very hard for our money, and we want to have, like, to feel good where we are living. So I hope you're going to make the right decision. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
We have the last caller online, Mr. Freedom. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah, this is John Hancock. I live in the Venetian Island as well. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, my main concern here is that Mr. Stern has done nothing but give promises to residents in not just this development, but other developments. He's failed in all his promises, and I am very certain he's gonna fail in all the promises he's making to the city. I guarantee you he inflated the prices of the bikini hostel. I'm sure, as you guys probably had done your research, and the bikini hostel was only valued at little over $3 million just a few years ago. He's lying to all of you, telling you this is gonna be a gift of 30 million to the city and all of this. He's been delaying multiple projects, not just in Miami, in New York, and all around. He's defrauded his own mother. He's defrauded other investors. He falsified identities. He's been convicted several times. I don't know if this is
I'm
someone.
sorry. I'm sorry. There are certain rules here. We can't start leveling accusations out there.
Well, these are not accusations. It's all evident. You just have to look up his name and go on Google, and you'll see everything you need to see.
Okay.
So if you want someone that's gonna defraud all of you and is gonna defraud the
Thank you,
city
sir.
and not
Your
get
time is up.
anything done,
Everyone who had originally requested to speak has spoken once.
Okay. Thank you for everyone who spoke. Obviously, these are public items as well, so we'll have a forum as well for the items. Before I ask Ralph to call it, this is a big day in Miami Beach. However these votes go, these are important issues that we're dealing with. What's interesting is that this commission has been together for a little over a year and a half, and obviously there's this constant. But this commission, this is the first time we're contemplating and going to be voting on 2 major development items. There's been maybe a couple of at the edges, some discussions on FAR increases and floor area ratio, but nothing of this extent. And I think this commission has done a great job of focusing on smart development, not overdevelopment. And actually, the first meeting that I became mayor, the first meeting that I became mayor, I introduced legislation that our commission unanimously adopted, making it a 6/7 vote instead of a 5/7 vote to increase FAR, which is going to be the rule today. But ultimately, we have to make decisions as a body: public safety, which we've heard about, traffic, infrastructure. I mean, these are all the issues that we have to grapple with, and ultimately decide whether each of these projects, independent of each other, are worthy and make our city better for our residents. And that's what we're going to be discussing today and contemplating. And I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. So yesterday morning, I received a phone call from the city attorney.
You want to call the item first, or?
Sure. Yeah.
So I will call the R5A, R5B, and R7A. R5A is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the City of Miami Beach Year 2040 Comprehensive Plan pursuant to the small-scale procedures in Section 163.3187 Florida statutes by amending Goal RLU, Land Use Objective RLU 1.1, establishment of future land use categories, Policy 1.1.7, high-density multifamily residential RM3 to create the Alton Beach Bayfront Overlay Land Use category, providing floor area ratio bonuses for developments that include certain public benefits and providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, transmittal, repeal, or severability at an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5A. Item R5B is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Resiliency Code of the City of Miami Beach by amending Chapter 7, Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2, District Regulations, Section 7.2.6, RM3, Residential Multifamily High Intensity, subsection 7.2.6.3, Development Regulations, RM3, to reference modified development regulations for the Alton Beach Bayfront Overlay, further amending Article 3, Overlay Districts, by creating Section 7.3.12 entitled Alton Beach Bayfront Overlay District to create development regulations that incentivize non-transient residential development on Lot 3, Block 80 of Bay Garden Manor Condo, according to the plat thereof, recorded in Plat Book 6, page 12 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida, and providing for codification, repeal, or severability and an effective date. Item R5B is a second reading public hearing. That item requires 6/7 vote. Finally, related item R7A is a second reading public hearing. Alton Beach Bayfront Overlay Development Agreement.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the procedural. Of course, the item needs to be called first. So yesterday we received a phone call from our city attorney after he had reviewed recent opinions issued by the Florida Attorney General as it relates to an unrelated matter in the city of Miami, but with concerns about its potential applicability under the state constitution and certain state laws on how what was going on in those attorney general opinions could influence over here. Specifically, our charter says, the Miami Beach Charter says, that only the voters can increase FAR, and as we all know, 2 years ago, the state legislature enacted SB 718, which prohibits referendum and ballot initiatives on land development regulations and transferred that responsibility to the city commission. Yesterday, the city attorney called and said that he wanted to review this, that he needed time. He was requesting possibly a cancellation of the meeting and possibly needing up to 2 weeks to study the merits of this because it was a very complicated matter. I would like to ask the city attorney where he's at today, because ultimately, you know, we've long held how important it is, how sacrosanct, to use the city attorney's word, it is to protect our charter, how important it is to protect this voter enacted protection that defines the growth, how we grow, and the process in our city for increases in FAR. We know how strongly our community believes that that right belongs to the voters of our city. And so if there is any potential for us to execute our foremost responsibility, that is to protect the charter of our city and the rights of our voters, I want to know what they are, because yesterday I felt like the city attorney needed time based on my conversations with him, up to 2 weeks to study this. And so I don't want us to rush into anything, and there is the possibility to protect our charter and the rights of our voters.
Sure, and that's a fair question, Commissioner Fernandez. Having read the initial opinions and given the importance of our charter, I took the unusual step of contacting each of you to mention that I had concerns that I wanted to study. And at the time, I did not know how much time we would need to study the issue. But we worked around the clock, as many of you know. Some of you got calls as late as 11:30 or midnight last night. And we came to the conclusion that my office's prior opinion on the issue of referendum zoning stands, which is that the state's acts that apply to this specific matter do in fact supersede our charter. So I'm confident that you can proceed today and contemplate the ordinances that you're considering without any problem.
So yesterday you felt you needed 2 weeks, and today you feel confident issuing an opinion. Have we gotten an opinion from outside counsel on this?
I did not feel the need to. Yesterday I was considering an opinion from outside counsel because I did not know what I was going to find once I did the research. But the issues tended to be much more straightforward than I initially thought. And again, we spent hours and hours going through this. I spoke to at least one prior city attorney. I actually spoke to some members at the Office of the Attorney General for the state of Florida, and I am fully confident that you all may proceed.
Okay. So you made this based on the input from former city attorneys. You made this decision based on the input from the Attorney General's office and the input of your office staff.
Yes, and I reached the conclusion on my own. I subsequently spoke to one of the former city attorneys. He agreed that I had reached the right conclusion. I also confirmed with the Attorney General's office that their decision was to be construed in a very limited manner.
All right, I get concerned when I'm told that time is needed, as I always will support my legal team. When they tell me they need time to study something, I'm willing to give time, especially when it is the most important document that we need to fight for in our city, our charter, and above even the charter, the rights of our voters. So if you changed your opinion from yesterday to today, that you feel comfortable today moving forward, then I will respect that.
I am comfortable.
Rick, do you feel comfortable that you've exhausted the research, that you've seen cases from both sides?
I feel confident that I've reached the right decision and that you all may proceed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, you said both sides. Explain that.
Well, I think there might have been some interpretations on one side, and there's case law and maybe interpretations on the other side. Right. Yeah, every legal argument has a we'll say a plaintiff and a defendant to make it easy. You could always make the argument. And obviously there was an argument to be had, at least initially. I'm saying, are you comfortable that you've exhausted the research based on both sides of the equation?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we called the item. Why don't we start off, Eric? Why don't you key it up for us? Where are we at?
Certainly, and I will ask Assistant City Manager David Martinez and Planning Director Thomas Mooney to walk us through where we are on this particular project.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioner. David Martinez, Assistant City Manager. So we're here today to consider second reading of the LDR and comprehensive plan amendment subject to this property. We're also here first to discuss the development agreement terms and where we are here after several months of working on this. The first thing I'm going to touch on and I'll let Tom jump in if I misspeak, is what has changed. What has changed in the land development regulations and the legislation that's proffered as second reading. There's basically about 4 items that have changed. One of the items is that the setbacks for the front setbacks for the property and rear setbacks have been included as a fixed number that would not change. That basically governs the location of the tower within the site to where it's proposed today. That's important because that plays into the amount of sellable space or sellable square footage that the proposer can achieve.
David, is that just in the bilateral development agreement, or that's being included in the land development regulations?
That's included in both.
Okay, so even if this project, for whatever reason, would not move forward, we have safeguards baked into the land development regulations that essentially adhere to any project that could take form there.
That's correct.
Thank you.
The second item is also that it requires and codifies the requirement for subterranean parking. That's also important because if it did not have that, it technically could bring that up into the pedestal, which again would increase the massing of the structure, et cetera. Number three, it is prohibited to have bars and entertainment as an accessory use at any time. And lastly, there are some restrictions that have been placed on the tentative restaurant use, which includes a maximum of 4,000 square feet, closing no later than 8 p.m. and limited to no more than 80 seats. And of course, no alcoholic beverages or alcoholic beverage licenses to be issued. So Tom, if there's anything I missed, that covers what the two legislative items would address. Now, with respect to
I have a question on that, because you just mentioned setbacks. You said variances on setbacks?
No, that they have, previously, they were within their rights in terms of the front setback that they have proposed. What they have done is, it basically sets the building further back into the property, further west.
Okay.
Basically, what the amendments achieve is it actually fixes that number, and it provides such that you cannot get a variance on that. It would have to be decided by the city commission if a variance would be issued in the future for anybody else.
Right, and that's usually, I mean, how often do we get these types of variances? Usually people seek LDR amendments for these issues.
Whenever you have a section of the land development regulation, unless there is a no variance provision, somebody could go to the Board of Adjustment and ask for a variance. So in this particular.
But usually they prefer to come to the city commission, seek a sponsor, rather than have to apply for a variance before the land development boards. They usually.
That's correct.
Usually people avoid the variance process.
That's correct.
And so in essence, this puts into the agreement what people usually try to avoid doing.
Yeah, they usually will try, in a lot of instances, people will seek a code amendment as opposed to seeking a variance. In this particular instance, it removes the ability to be able to seek a variance from the Board of Adjustment or the Design Review Board. If somebody wants to modify that front setback requirement, that rear setback requirement, or the provision requiring below-grade parking, they would have to come back to this body for an amendment to the land development regulations. There would be no option to seek a variance.
An amendment to the LDR and then also an amendment to the DA.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay. Now, with respect to the developers agreement itself, we have been working on several iterations since the last time, since the developers agreement draft that was included in the item at the time of publishing. And there's been some minor revisions that have taken place in terms of us getting closer together to where we think we are. For the record, from administration's perspective, we still have some points of contention that we want to, again, voice. These are not new, but basically, administration still has a concern with the height. The current height proposed is 330 feet. It's administration's recommendation to keep it closer to the 300-foot mark. With respect to FAR, the proposed FAR is 5.75. We feel more comfortable with a 4.75 FAR. And with respect to the side setbacks, we prefer a setback that's closer to what the code requires than what's being proffered. The other couple of things that we're working through, and I think we've made a lot of headway, is the Baywalk completion. We have terms that require that before a temporary certificate of occupancy is issued to the private project, the Baywalk must be at a minimum 25% construction, any of the Baywalks. And also, the manager would consider, they would also provide a letter of credit or bond that assures that the Baywalk could be completed at that time. Sure. So there's several checks and balances along the way in terms of the completion of the Baywalks or any of the public benefits. And I'll start from the beginning. If there's provisions that if they're not able to have easements from the upland property owners for certain, right, and for a certain period of time, and if they're not able to obtain permits, all the required regulatory permits, they have, basically at that point, they can stop and they have options. Options being paying the city the established amount, and in totality being 25 million for all three, or depending on which one has the issues, that proportionate share. They also have an option of assigning the contracts to us, and some other options that we built in. Now, the one I was referring to is if they have obtained permits and they have obtained easements and they have a construction contract, they have to at least be 25% complete, and that's measured by how much has been paid out on the construction contract that we would agree to, as well as provide a letter of credit or bond before they can obtain a TCO on their private project. So that's on that. And I think we're close on that. We met on this yesterday and discussed it, and we just received a little earlier today a revised and updated version of the DA that I have not had a chance to go through. I believe that item is still there with the 25%. So that item should be moved. The last item that we have a concern about, of course, we talked about last time.
I'm sorry to interrupt, David.
Yes.
You just got this yesterday? And
Well,
you said you haven't had a full chance to review it?
We received it today. We met on it yesterday. We've been meeting probably almost every other day, every couple of 3 days on the last fine tuning of the development agreement with a lot of these very specific timeframes and things like
These
that.
are changes literally made today?
Well, the change was discussed yesterday, and then they resubmitted the revised version earlier today. And it's several small little points, such as.
Have we seen this?
The commission has not seen this revised version, no. It's minor, it's fine tuning of some of the very specific terms. The bay walks are still in, they're still $25 million. The purchase of the hostel is still in, but the same terms we discussed before. This is now getting just more security on our end so that we make sure that these things are gonna happen. And that then there's not a lot of loopholes to get around for it not to occur. The last item that we had was regarding, of course, the purchase price for the Bikini Hostel. At the last meeting, we had discussed that many of you would have liked to have seen the purchase and sale agreement in its totality. I know that a very redacted version was circulated. I didn't receive it personally, but I received it through another route. So we have no guarantee that is the dollar amount. What I have proffered to the developer, I haven't gotten a response yet, is if for some reason, once we move forward, if the purchase price, once it becomes public after the sale closes, if the $20 million that we believe is the number is less than 20 million, we have asked that they cover the difference and pay the city any difference from $20 million. Have not received a response on whether they'd be willing to accept that term or not. Again, reminding everybody what the public benefits are, just to put them back on the record. We know there's several. There's of course, the purchase of the hostel property and closing and relocating the individuals that are staying at the hostel outside the city of Miami Beach. Following that, there would be the demolition of the property. Following that, they would establish a temporary sales center on the property. And at some point in time, if the city decides that a park is warranted on that property, we have 2 years to decide from the effective date, then they would begin the construction of the park if we choose to continue with the park. Otherwise, they would pay us the $2 million value of the park if we decide that that's not what we want to do.
Commissioner Bott has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is the decision to potentially demolish the Bikini Hostel part of the agreement, or is there some latitude? Because there was an item at Wednesday's commission meeting about potentially evaluating the structures to be rehabilitated for workforce housing, missing middle housing as a possibility, which obviously we would need some time as a collective body, as a city staff, to evaluate that, if that makes any sense. So is there latitude, or do we have to make that decision today?
There is currently, as written, there is no latitude. The They have they have terms that establishes timeframes for when they have to obtain a building permit for the demolition, when they have to demolish it, and they have to restore the property to the code once the demolition is completed. So there is no, and it's currently written, there is no latitude to do anything but demolish the property.
Mr. City Attorney, how would you recommend providing enough time for there to be at least a conversation about the best use of that land and structures on that land, if that were the will of, I mean, it has been the will of the body to have that discussion since it was referred on Wednesday. I don't want to derail any possible moving forward, but at the same time, it was referred by all of us here.
Right. Well, there is a provision, I believe, for the city to have 24 months to determine.
That's strictly for the park. There's a provision that a closing must occur before or by September 15th.
So I'm not talking about not closing, I'm not talking about changing the timelines of closing, nor am I talking about vacating the hotel license, nor am I talking about changing the timeline of finding new homes for the folks who need them. It is purely a conversation about whether or not those structures get demolished or if they get rehabilitated. And that's something we're not prepared to make a decision on or even have a discussion on yet because we only referred the item on Wednesday.
Right. I mean, interject, was the item about the existing structure or just having affordable housing on that site?
Well, I think it could be either. I mean,
Right,
the item
so I don't know if the structure
but
has to be that structure per se.
But it was Commissioner Dominguez.
Oh, Commissioner Dominguez.
Yeah, so it was something that was sent to all of us from the Housing Authority for them to take over the existing structure, because they don't have the funds to build the structure themselves, but they do have the capability of managing it.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, if I could, I'm all for exploring options for attainable housing on that site, right? That missing middle. That structure serves our neighborhood no purpose, right? So I am all for exploring creative ways to provide missing middle attainable housing that this city desperately needs on that site, but doing so through that structure, I don't think serves a purpose that is justified for the neighborhood. I will help champion whoever wants to be the leader of what that final project looks like, whether it be a park or we have attainable housing on that site. But I think we'd be doing an injustice to the neighborhood and actually the types of attainable housing that would be a possibility on that site if we confine ourselves to that existing structure.
I would agree. I've toured that site. It's that building is dated, to say the least.
And correct me if I'm wrong.
Commissioner Magazine. Commissioner Suarez.
I'm the fitness commissioner. And correct me if I'm wrong, the city of Miami Beach had affordable housing portfolio, and we had to give it to the county because we couldn't manage it properly. Is that correct?
I would ask Alba if she's here, she can give us the details on how that transpired.
But I think the proposal on the agenda was the affordable housing, the Miami Beach Affordable Housing Agency.
Miami Beach Community
Authority.
Development Corporation was the one who had to give their portfolio to the county.
This
And
is
they
a
are
state
not-
agency.
And through the mayor, but why? Why did we give that to the county?
We couldn't, for the city, we couldn't afford the rehabilitation that the portfolio needed to be able to upkeep those properties.
And so if we were to take this particular property, we would also be burdened with the maintenance and whatever responsibilities that would come with upkeeping this property, correct?
Well, for MBCDC, they needed substantial rehabilitation that needed to happen to the units as well as to the infrastructure as a whole. So it would depend on rehabilitation dollars for this property.
Right. So I want to be careful and caution my colleagues that, whether it's one entity or the other that owns a portfolio of properties of affordable housing, I mean, it's clear that, this city wasn't able to keep our own existing affordable housing stock in our hands. We kind of just gave it to the county. So I would caution against giving or managing affordable housing
Yeah. but
Commissioner
Commissioner-
Fernandez and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Commissioner Suarez, what was on the agenda is the Housing Authority. It is an agency of the state of Florida. It's not the city of Miami Beach. It is an agency of the state of Florida that requested to be able to use that property. And they actually do a pretty good job, actually, of maintaining their buildings. They're actually even doing new waterfront. In North Beach, they're doing new waterfront housing for seniors. They partnered with, Atlantic Pacific, I think it was, to deliver these projects. They are a sophisticated state agency. I believe is Moj the chairwoman of the Housing Authority again?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Moj.
yeah, I think
Moj
so.
is the chair of the Housing Authority again. So we're not, that proposal is not about the city of Miami Beach bringing it into its portfolio. I would say we do not have the expertise to manage affordable housing, but a state agency that has its own funds that don't come from the general fund of the city of Miami Beach. They have their own funding sources. They've proven to be very capable of handling this type of property and even uplifting them. They do great maintenance, and when they do new construction, it is excellent product that they deliver.
So to
Commissioner
folks,
Rosen Gonzalez.
just a quick follow-up.
I just want to explain to you what that is. The Miami Beach Community Development Corporation was what you call a CHODO, which is a community housing development organization, which is completely independent of the city. Now, it did receive city funds for many years, and what happened was it was mismanaged. And they had done these renovations, and the buildings were literally falling apart. But I will tell you that the city of Miami Beach does have housing, as does the Housing Authority, which are all different organizations. And the units that we have, how many units do we have, Alba?
93 units.
Pardon?
93 units.
93 units. Our units are in impeccable, perfect condition. Alba and Marcella and her Department of Community Services has shown that not only are they great at renovating these projects, but also the maintenance and management. So I want to congratulate the city of Miami Beach and also our Housing Authority, which is completely independent. That's Rebecca Towers. That's governed separately. Why did we turn over those buildings from that CHODO? They were in such deplorable condition, and it would have cost tens of millions of dollars. And so we met with the county, who had a larger budget, and what they said is, if you cede these buildings, we will allow these buildings to continue to be for Miami Beach residents, really. And any Miami Beach resident who applies gets first opportunity to live in those buildings. And if you look and see the condition now, it is so much better. I was on, I think, is it Meridian? I was on Meridian the other day, and I saw one of our buildings, and the county has come in. First and foremost, they all needed to be fumigated. We had seniors living in like termite, rat infested buildings, and it was really, really sad to see. So anyway, now those buildings are being renovated, so I'm actually happy at the county's cost. But just so that you know, those buildings were purchased with state funds, city funds, county funds. So the county did kind of own those buildings partially anyway to begin with. I would have liked to keep them in our portfolio, but we just didn't have enough funding. But if they did want to take something like the Bikini Hostel, I would say that if you go into Rebecca Towers, it's perfectly maintained. And if you see any other properties, those are maintained. So if you did want to convert it, that's fine. But I do think that on a property of that size, I would just, let's build 100 new units that are more humanely, like, I think we could do much better than that, you know, units that are meant to live in.
Commissioner?
I don't want to go off topic, so I just.
Commissioner Bach, Commissioner Magazine. And then let's get back on topic.
The only reason I'm advocating for this conversation to happen is because I spoke to Mike O'Hara yesterday, and what that property has is 3 different kinds of housing. You've got a family home, potentially with 2 bedrooms. You've got a family home with 3 bedrooms, and you've got an apartment unit with 16 one-bedroom apartments. And the cost to rehabilitate them is minimal. It is possibly something that could be done as part of this DA. It's minimal. It's not something that is, you have to start from scratch, versus building something new, which, yes, we would own the land, that would be great, but it would still be at $10 million, $12, $15 million cost to build something new. So I'm not advocating for or against. I'm just saying perhaps if there's a way, without derailing anything else, that we give ourselves a little bit of grace and time to hear it at committee, which is what we voted to do on Wednesday. And then we can, I mean, nothing's going to happen on that land immediately. It's not forestalling, closing the hostel, relocating the residents, turning the land over to us. That would still continue. It's just a question of, does the property get demolished immediately, or do we have 2 or 3 months to have a conversation and proceed accordingly? That's all.
I would like to ask the city attorney a question, if I may,
That's not good.
through the mayor.
Yes, go ahead. Commissioner Magazine is next.
Is it possible to consider an amendment to the language of the DA before us that would, in essence, say, if you get the property, you demolish it, you give it back to the city, or you get the property and potentially give it to the housing authority pending further action by the city commission?
Sure, I mean, it's a contract, you can include any clause you want to include, but you would want to at least include a period of time by which date the commission would need to give direction.
I mean, just seeing the situation that we're in, I would say, how many units are there in this building right now? At 1250?
18.
No, 1250.
That at the existing Baygard Manor,
Yeah.
I would have to, how many units are in Baygard Manor now? 238.
So these are 238 of our most attainable units in the marketplace, and these aren't government subsidized. These are 238 of the most naturally occurring, attainable, affordable workforce housing in our city, to the extent that if we move forward with this legislation and we are doing away with that, I think it's not unreasonable to say having this property under the management of a state agency, the housing authority, that has exemplified itself in the management of these properties to provide at least, in the time being, 18 units. It's not a horrible proposition, and it's aligned with our shared goals as a city for more workforce and attainable housing.
While the goal is lofty, I can't agree to take what's going to be basically given to the city as a city property, then ceded over to a state agency, which we're hopeful, based on our prior experience, will do what we want. I think we're just giving away way too much. We're giving away a $20 million property.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, if we're serious about wanting attainable housing in our city, if we're truly serious in putting our money where our mouth is, the best use we could do for that property is have it free and clear of the Bikini Hostel and do a joint venture with a developer that will provide attainable housing. More than 18 units. 18 units is ceremonial, okay? We're probably going to lose 18 units on some, multifamily that gets bought out in Collins Park or something like that overnight, right? That does nothing to truly achieve attainable housing in our city. If we want to be serious, the best thing that we could do for this property is have it free and clear of an underutilized, outdated structure and do a joint venture with any type of developer that will provide actual attainable housing, right?
But the question is, the development agreement that we have before us today, does it allow that? And that's the question that I have.
I believe for mine does, right? Because
Yeah,
it contemplates a park or any other use.
Yes, I mean, the development agreement contemplates demolition. So in the case of the proposal to retain the housing, there would need to be a modification, which, but in the proposal that you are making, there is flexibility for the city to determine whether it will be a park or whether it will be used for some other public purpose, and doing a P3 to develop attainable housing, affordable housing, whatever you all want to decide, is certainly one of the uses that you could decide upon.
And would a P3 require a voter referendum?
It depends on how you structure it. If you do a long-term lease, it would require a voter referendum.
And if the property goes to the housing authority before it coming to us, would it require a referendum?
I believe that because you are taking property that is otherwise coming to the city and directing that it go to the public housing authority, it could require voter referendum, but, I mean, I could look at it more closely with some time.
Can I just say something? I feel like we're entering a Barclay situation. I mean, I've been trying to save the Barclay forever. It's sitting there boarded up. It's kind of a blight on the neighborhood at this point. Hopefully it's coming before us soon so that we can finally redo the Barclay. I have no problem with this, but I've spent a lot of time now at that new workforce housing development done by Servitas. I've been there like 5 times, and I've really been studying the business model because finally we built like 80 units. And if we have that size piece of land, I really think that we can take what we did in Collins Park, those 80 units that provide workforce housing. We now know what kind of units to sell. People do not want to live in these teeny tiny units. As a matter of fact, at that development, we cannot lease the studios and the 1-bedrooms. The only units that are leasing in that workforce housing building are the 2-bedroom units. What does that mean? It means lessons learned. So we can now go and create more units like the ones that are currently leasing and possibly build 100 units there if we do a public-private partnership on that piece of land, and that will allow different business owners. People do not want to come here and commute here and work here, and it's a real problem. And the reason I'm talking about this is because I'm out in the community meeting with stakeholders every single day, and workforce housing seems to be what we need. I love the Miami Beach Housing Authority, but if we are going to build anything there, I think I understand what the community needs. And one thing I will tell you, that people do not want to live in teeny tiny micro units, that's for sure. And those units are tiny, right? What is the size of each unit? Do we know? Does anyone know? They're hotel rooms. So they have to be somewhere between what, Tom?
I believe
300?
without their own showers, right?
What?
And without their own kitchens?
There's a mix of units. I don't have the unit sizes in front of me, but the ones that are more of a dormitory style are actually larger units, but they have multiple beds. But in terms of the studios and the 1-bedrooms, I don't know what the square footages of those are off the top of my head.
And by the way, this was a big shift for me. In the past, I would have said, in the past, I would have told you, let's try to preserve this, but look at the Barclay. And we have not been able to get it done. And then when the city finally does go and say, let's do something there, the price is so inflated, $6 million, $8 million, $12 million, we can never renovate it. So that's all I have to say about this bikini hostel situation. But I also don't think it should hold up what's about to happen today. How many people, are there any people in this audience that live at 1250 right now and need to close on the unit? No? So we had one person. You live at 1250. I feel like that's the person that we should be talking to today. How dire are their closing needs? What's going to happen if they aren't able to close on these units? Is the building in such bad peril that it's going to be deemed unstructurally safe? Like, that's my big concern right now. What's going to happen to the people in the building? Do the unit owners need to close on the building? And what will happen if we don't move it forward? Because really, at the end of the day, nobody here lives at 1250. Some people live adjacent. How many of you in the audience live adjacent to 1250? Okay. Those are the people that we should hear from today, and let's move forward and make an informed decision based on the adjacent neighbors and the people who live in the building. And anybody else who did come here to talk, I understand that too, because I know that the bikini hostel has caused a safety and security issue. I drove by it this morning, and I didn't like what I saw outside either. And where's the mother who walks with her 3 daughters to Temple? I understand that. And by the way, I've been like heckled myself. Okay, so I understand that that's a serious need too. But I think we need to move forward, and I don't think we should let this stop us. But I would like to hear from the people living in the building and the people adjacent. And Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you agree with that, but let's start with them and then move forward, make a decision based on the actual stakeholders that are there.
Well, we had an open mic for Sutton Hour. We have a public hearing. We are giving ample opportunity for everyone to be heard. We, as a body, though, need to be mindful because one of us is not me, but one of us has a flight, an international flight tonight. So we're going to have a hard cutoff at around 6:30. Commissioner Suarez, if I may ask you. So and we have the Doville item as well. So we have to be mindful of that.
I'll attempt to close this out, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Commissioner Dominguez, I absolutely love your attainable housing idea, and in fact, I brought that up to the city attorney in our agenda briefing. I said, however, I think we could better utilize that space and not this structure. I said, do we need to vet it out at today's commission meeting or better in public safety? He said, we can do that in public safety. I will be your co-champion in leading, exploring whether that's best used as a park or some sort of attainable housing idea. I just think our neighborhood would be much better served with starting afresh there. So if you'd be amenable to that, I will be your biggest champion.
Through the
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yeah, I absolutely. So the Housing Authority had sent us that, and it sounded like a perfect solution because it's there, it's built, and it's now. You know, what you were talking about will be something that won't be there for 3 to 5 years, if ever. But as I'm sitting up here, I have gotten text messages from residents that show that the Bikini Hostel has a tarp on the roof, and it's not in the greatest condition, so it wouldn't exactly be available right now for people to use anyway. So happy to work with you and Commissioner Bott to get something great for our city.
Thanks.
So if I may, can we withdraw that item then from the, because we just referred it to another committee, so.
Well, if we're still
We
gonna
can
talk
talk
about it.
about, what that shape
Oh,
would look like.
Okay.
Back to our regularly scheduled program.
I'll wrap it up. Again, I was just discussing the public benefits. We already talked about the hostel. Again, reminder, if we decide not to build a park, we get $2 million to do as we wish with that and the property. The bay walks, we talked about it. Again, 3 bay walks, 1450 Lincoln Road, 2028 West Avenue, and 800 West, totaling our estimated benefit of $25 million. There's also a rental assistance component that they have proffered. It's listed in the memorandum with different tiers depending on whether you are trying to stay on the beach or not, and it has different tiers. And also, the developer has proffered it during the time that they build their temporary sales trailer, that they would have that open to public access during certain times of the day, and also available to the local HOAs to use for 4 hours a month at their leisure. I don't think I've missed anything. I'm open to any question. We can go and take a deep dive in anything you'd like.
David, we had a sunshine meeting after the last special meeting that talked about the economic analysis. So we got a preliminary finding, and feel free to take over and phrase this much better, but it was very generic and conceptually, if anything was built there within the confines of the FAR and Heights stated what that economic benefit would be. However, given the setbacks that are now going to be memorialized in the development agreement and also the subterranean parking that will be memorialized in the development agreement, and this wasn't the developer's economic analysis, this was the same gentleman that performed the original analysis. He came back with a revised economic analysis. Would you like to walk through that, or is that better served by the development team?
Sir, what I'll give a high level, and if we need to, Tom, you can fill in the blanks. But yes, basically, as a result of the sunshine meeting, it was determined that the developer and their consultants were going to meet with us and our consultant. They did that, had a second meeting. They took a deep dive. They looked at all these things. They took into consideration, which made a big difference, of course, is the established setbacks that I discussed earlier, which basically fixed the location of the tower within the property and provided what's called a inefficient type of construction. Not a bad thing, it depends on what you're doing with it, which lowered to some degree what we felt was the sellable, or what the consultant felt was the sellable space. So what it ended up being, when we first did our consultant analysis, and Mr. Andy Dolkart is here, we need to go into the depth of this. We were at 272,686,000 as the net sellable value that would come out of that. That number has since been dropped to just under 115 million. So that's the number we're looking at right now based on the reduced net sellable space that was calculated. And if you'd like to get into more of the details.
And in large part, that's driven because of the things that are being memorialized in these land development regulations and the DA. the developer as a public benefit, as a bonus, is actually getting much less sellable square feet than what was originally conceptualized. Is that correct?
That is correct. Between the setbacks as well as the parking podium, the parking requirement, and of course, you're fixed with the height, you're fixed with all setbacks on all four sides. That's what created the reduced net sellable space.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I have in terms of anything, and again, we can answer anything you'd like in any detail.
Are there any other questions?
I have questions.
I think it's my last meeting for being vice mayor.
I have a
One more
question.
month?
On the Bay Walk, is it the contract contemplate completion no matter the price, or is there a fixed price?
The way the developer agreement is set up is they are to build them, they're to design them, permit them, and build them at whatever cost. And then there's, the only out they have would require them to pay the city $25 million. Otherwise, they would complete them.
And obviously, there's criteria set out.
There's criteria, there's an attachment that describes the specifications of what they need to look like. There's an attachment that shows the work the city had done previously with very high-level concept drawings with dimensions and such. So we know exactly what we would be getting from these without any issues.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. So I have a question for the development team. How many unit owners, homesteaded unit owners, remain today holdouts in the building?
I'm sorry, how many unit owners?
Yes, if you could state your name for the record, please.
Michael Stern. Afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners.
Yes. So how many homesteaded property owners remain holdouts that are not under contract?
Homesteaded, I don't know if they're homesteaded or not, but there are 3 unit owners left that aren't under contract.
Okay.
So 235 out of 238 are.
Right. What's going to happen to those holdouts?
To the 3
To
holdouts?
those holdouts, because, you know, I've heard concerns, many have concerns that they're going to be forced into foreclosure, that fees are going to be raised on them, that there's some seawall assessment that's going to be placed on them, and, you know, all of a sudden, you know, the property is going to be taken out from under them. So what assurance can we get that today with this action, we're not placing residents who we represent in a position that they will end up getting foreclosed upon?
So that's not the way it works. There's actually a prescribed process in state law for terminating condominiums. There's an appraisal process that happens. Typically, they get a significantly above market rate, but that's a process that's prescribed by state law.
Understood on the termination process, but JDS is going to take control. Does JDS already have seats on the association?
We have seats on the association,
You
but
have
don't,
seats.
but don't control. We have, I think, 1 seat on the association. I'd have to ask.
I've heard
some of
2
my staff.
seats
It's
on the
possible we have 2.
association.
We might have 2.
So an assessment can be passed where these homeowners might not be able to afford that assessment, and they can end up getting foreclosed upon. And
You're talking about through the assessment process, a
Mhm.
foreclosure through the assessment
That's
process.
correct.
Yeah, so we don't have control of the board, though we do have seats on it. We haven't had our hand in any of the assessments. And our intention is to go through the state prescribed termination process. And that will call for appraisals. There'll be a process of negotiation back and forth with the 3 remaining unit owners if we don't come to a voluntary deal before that. Likely, we will.
I understand there are up to 8 remaining holdouts in the building.
3.
All right, and what assurance can we get that these individuals are not going to be foreclosed upon by the association? I need that assurance, because these are people whose lives we're voting to, you know, to change.
Yeah, we understand that. We have no intention of doing a foreclosure through the association, which we don't even control today. We are going to go through the state prescribed termination process or come to a voluntary deal with those 3 remaining unit owners.
All right, so to the attorney, what safeguard can we put in place for these individuals? Because I get what Mr. Stern is saying. He's saying that he's not looking to foreclose through the association on these individuals. Once you close on sufficient units, you will in essence take over the association. You will, once you close on sufficient units, and you're gonna inherit these holdouts who haven't wanted to sell perhaps what might be their nest egg. And so, you know, what safeguards can we put in place as the elected officials who represent these residents to make sure that our constituents don't end up in a situation where they won't be able to afford an assessment, a $5 million assessment for a seawall, or all of a sudden their maintenance fees get increased so much more. Some people are paying right now like $2,000 in maintenance fees, and that all of a sudden they get raised so much that they can't afford it. So what safeguards can we put in place so that our vote, our legislative action doesn't end up upending the lives of these individuals?
I would actually request that the developer propose something because they're in a better position to know.
So can I comment on a couple of things? Thank you, Rick, and thank you, Alex. I appreciate your concern. Your concern's always been for both the renters, residents who will live there, which you've been very persistent on advocating for, so I appreciate that, and this issue as well. There are already protections for those residents in the way you terminate a condo. There's protections in your fiduciary responsibility as a board. If we take over the condo board, we become fiduciaries to act appropriately as a condo board. If we would do a predatory assessment, that would become a big fiduciary issue for us, which is, by the way, why we haven't moved to take control of the board. We're just kind of passive observers on the board because we don't want to put our hand on the assessments and potentially be accused of being predatory through assessments. But before we got here, and I'll show a slide in my very, very brief presentation, the assessments have been going up before we got there, 50% over the last couple of years. They're going to go up another 100% naturally, just based on SARs and the required assessments under revisions to state law. But the protections that you're seeking, they're already built into state law. They're there. We can't be predatory or we get in trouble for doing that. It's just not a practice we would engage in. I don't know what we could do to usurp state law to provide additional protections, but those protections already exist.
I mean, I just want to make sure that this development agreement, you know, independent of state law, you're telling me you're going to follow a process, and I get that. I just need some sort of surety in this agreement that these individuals, I mean, we've heard there are elderly individuals that live there, and, you know, I'm sorry, I get the importance of this deal, and I get the importance of fixing the homeless situation that, you know, we all have responsibility for, because we, I think, helped to create that problem. And so, but I just want to make sure that we don't create a problem for our constituents, the voiceless who are not here, who we represent. And so, Mr. Attorney, you're a very talented transactional attorney. What can we do to put here safeguards for these individuals? Mr. Mayor, I need the city attorney to tell me, what can we do to put in safeguards from all of a sudden increased maintenance and increased assessments? Sure. Can we put something into the DA that puts some sort of safeguard?
Sure, at a minimum, we can include the provisions that are already applicable pursuant to state law, but I would also ask that the developer team, I mean, they have a very creative transactional team too, to give us some further assurances that would make you comfortable as to the ultimate disposition of these unit owners who are currently a holdout.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
The 3 unit owners who are holdouts, they're homesteaded individuals that live in the building?
I don't believe they're all homesteaded, but can I make a suggestion? The board president, who is the president of the board currently and has been there the longest and knows the building through and through, is here. To your suggestion, Commissioner Gonzalez, perhaps some of this, we could talk to him about his assessment of the state of the building and kind of balancing those factors. But We will, of course, follow state law, and I'm happy to codify all of those into the development agreement.
I just think
Can
that
we
the
write in
city
that if-
should get notification if all of a sudden there's an assessment that's going to happen, or there's gonna be some monstrous increase in maintenance fees. I wanna know, I think the city needs to be aware.
Alex,
The
how
city
about
needs
if
to
we
be
add-
aware, and I wanna make sure that we're not placing these residents in a situation where they're of limited means, that they won't be able to advocate for themselves. We need to advocate for them.
How about if we add in the DA a notice requirement that if we're gonna, if we take over the board and increase assessments, that we'll simultaneously notify the city of any of those assessments so you guys can evaluate
I
them?
want the city to be able to reject those assessments.
That's just not the way the
Well,
state law works, I don't
But,
think.
but zoning law also works in the way that you are
I
entitled to the zoning you have under our land development regulations. And you're asking those three holdouts through us to approve increases in heights and FAR that are gonna equal multi-million dollars for this development team. So things don't work that way, and for condo buyouts, they also don't work the other way for zoning. So my job here is to protect, even if it's just three people, those are three people whose lives matter, and they might not be able to afford a $4 million condominium, but someday they were able, back in 1991, they were able to afford a $40,000 condominium in Miami Beach. And it's my job to protect them. And so, you know, I want to make sure that this DA has the protection from these massive assessments and massive increases in maintenance fees, so that if them were to be proposed, we could push back on them to protect our constituents.
Good afternoon. Through the chair, Melissa Tapinas, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. What I would recommend is in section 15 of the development agreement, laws governing this agreement, we would work with your city attorney to memorialize state law and specifically include within it the concept that the holdout units will be acquired at fair market value through that state process. We can also provide notice to the city of Miami Beach as it relates to any assessments or increases in maintenance fees. As Mr. Stern mentioned, the issue is really that we do not control the association today, and those fees have been going up despite this process.
And I appreciate that, because as I've learned from this transaction is that fair market value is based on what someone is willing to pay. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney? Fair
Well,
market
what a
value is what
willing-
someone's willing to pay.
Willing buyer, willing seller, but ultimately, it's gonna be based on appraisals and comps.
Well, but when it came with the Bikini Hostel, you told me that the Bikini Hostel, the value of the Bikini Hostel is $19.9 million, because that is what.
Yeah, the most basic definition for fair market value is what is a willing buyer willing to pay, and what is a willing seller willing to accept for the transaction.
All right, so I just want to make sure that it is consistent with what the other people who are getting
Correct.
300,000, 500,000 for their units, that these people are not shortchanged.
We appreciate that, and as it relates to this agreement, what we've also learned is the comparables, and that's all in your records for these units as well as the units throughout this immediate area. So fair market value is based on comps, and those comps, as it relates to the Bikini Hospital, the price that Mr. Stern and JDS are willing to pay is higher than fair market value, but not lower. So fair market value, to everybody's point, is based on comps. That's market value, and then there's obviously, they can go up from market value based on obviously desire to acquire, as has been the case in the Bikini Hostel.
I just want to make sure that it's not less than some of these
And
other numbers.
everybody else is getting bought out at.
Could
and
we
that's
just
not
say
the-
that you pay them like whatever the highest,
I would agree with
the
that.
three holdouts, whatever you paid per square foot for those units? I don't know what the range of units were. Could we just say that those three holdout units get the top dollar value that you negotiated for the other holdout units? Because
I would suggest that would be, you're basically forcing those residents to make decisions that they're not ready to make at this point.
Well, no, we're representing those residents who might not even have legal representation and who might not have the ability to represent themselves, and we're doing our job of protecting them.
If I may say something, perhaps what you could do is to get a commitment, a warranty that those residents will receive no less than what the highest price per square foot. That way, they
No
have the
less than.
flexibility to get higher.
And I would, if it's no less than the highest price per square foot, and Mr. Attorney, the way you stated it makes perfect sense. So I have a question.
State law won't allow for that to take place, what you're suggesting, like a most favored nation status for those residents, that's not allowed. It's got to go through the appraisal process. We need to follow that state process. Again, we can memorialize it in the agreement, and the goal is obviously to acquire these sites through the ongoing discussions that we're having with those holdout unit owners.
But there's always, sale price, and then there's always, ways of giving bonuses, credits. You can always give credits. And so meanwhile, whether it be through the appraised value or through credits that you provide, that at the end of the day, these holdouts do not walk away with less than the highest price per square foot of the other sellers. So whether it's through, the appraisal, as you're mentioning, in the state process, or through then credits, they don't walk away at a disadvantage.
So I'm just going to, aside from the prescribed process in state law, the issue then is that different sellers sold at different times for different prices. What you'd have then is a situation where somebody who sold earlier who's going to close, maybe somebody would be getting more later, and then you kind of get into these debates with 200 people who kind of want to know what everybody else got and what everybody else paid.
But this
is
relates
very
to the
difficult.
3 holdouts.
I understand.
And so I'm settled in what my expectation is, and it seems like Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, stated it in a way that makes sense, and that was restated by the city attorney. This is my expectation for these individuals to make sure that, I want to make sure that my vote is not, jeopardizing their livelihood.
Commissioner Fernandez, you're saying that this needs to be part of it for you to get your vote on this item?
Oh, yeah.
Just,
Yeah.
you made it clear, but
Yeah.
okay. So can we move on to the next?
Yeah, and so I also want to know the homesteaded owners. What is being done to help out the homesteaded property owners?
The homesteaded owners were the price that we paid for their units. We factored in whether they were homesteaded or not. Each one was an individual negotiation, because this wasn't a case where we went to the board and did a mass deal at one time with the board. This was unit by unit, hundreds of individual transactions, and if somebody was homesteaded, we took that into account and paid a significantly higher price for somebody who was homesteaded perhaps than an investor who had a renter.
And
We
was it
factored
disclosed to them that the purchaser, that the buyer was going to be seeking LDR amendments?
Was it disclosed that we were seeking LDR amendments? It was in the public record while the buyout was going on.
Many things are in the public record. Was it disclosed to the seller that the buyer was going to seek land development amendments that would increase the value of their property?
There were contemporaneous discussions with most sellers, because they, one of the nice things about maybe double-edged sword of Miami Beach, everybody knows what's going on all the time. So as soon as we make a filing, which happened very early in the process, there are building-wide WhatsApp group chats and lots of conversations. Everybody in the building was well aware that we were seeking zoning amendments. And again, the board president is here, can speak to it as well.
What is it that you've agreed to give the tenants who are being displaced?
So thanks to your advocacy and many of the conversations we've had, in the DA, there's a series of, it's essentially 5 months if somebody's going to relocate into Miami Beach, plus or minus, of tenant assistance. It started at 3 months. When we started, you asked us to increase it to 5.
I actually asked for 6.
I understand. So I had a feeling it would come back up, so we're willing to go to 7 now,
All right,
to try and
help these individuals.
help these individuals on your advocacy. We'll go to 7.
Thank you.
Can we strike a fair deal in the development agreement? It doesn't have to be top dollar, but can it be a certain percentage over whatever the appraiser determines is the fair market value? Like, let's say that the fair
For those
market
3
value is
units,
determined as
we can go a percentage over the value that the appraiser comes back with. I can do that for those 3
And-
units.
The only problem is I don't know what that.
Well, that's
what
why
you
it has
guys
to be a
propose,
percentage.
right?
It would have to be a percentage over appraised value for those 3 units.
We're back to the other issue.
I'm sorry.
But we're back to the previous issue, but
The
I-
previous issue.
Commissioner Dominguez has a
do you
question.
want me to speak out as to the ranges for Miami Beach? We don't.
I have a quick question. How will the renters know about this assistance?
We're gonna send, we have a building-wide email that we send out, so we're gonna notify them. We'll also do
And when will they
physical
get
mail.
notified?
They'll get notified of what's been codified in the DA, and they'll get contact information of who to reach out to if they qualify, based on what's in the DA. But does either Commissioner Fernandez or Commissioner Gonzalez, do you have a suggestion on a percentage above appraised value for those units that you could live with, that you think is fair?
I'd like to recognize Patricia Agnello, who's in the audience.
The fair market value. I just need 120%. The fair market value determined 90 days before termination, determined by the
Okay, cool.
State law provides 100% of fair market value.
Yeah.
Is that acceptable?
What number?
What's
It
that?
was 120%. You
Yes.
calling it?
Right, so state law is 100%, we'd go to 120, we'd go
Yes.
20%
Thank
over.
you,
For
Mr.
those,
Chair.
we could live with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so.
Okay.
If we could incorporate that, Mr. Attorney, into the DA.
We'll add that to the DA.
Anything else, Commissioner Fernandez?
Not for now.
I just want to clarify one thing on the record that David Martinez mentioned, but the last turn of the DA, we did codify that if there's any difference in that $20 million purchase price, the city would receive that difference, so we're transparent about the purchase price. We did agree to that, and that is in the latest version of the DA. I just wanted to put that on the record.
What if it's higher?
Just sucks for us.
Okay. Eric, what do you need from us?
At this point, I just need direction to move forward. You're gonna need to vote on the land development regulation, the comp plan, and ultimately on the development agreement.
So bring us home. There's some differences in what the city has recommended and what the developer is currently proffering. So why don't we walk through those?
So I think David highlighted those items.
Go one by one.
So we're still talking about height, FAR, side setbacks, and that's really it at this point, right? If they've agreed to.
All right.
Yeah, the last 2 items that I had mentioned was regarding the Baywalk, and they have acknowledged that they 25% under construction on that particular topic, they're acceptable. And as Michael just stated, they have agreed to make us whole in the event that the purchase of the Bikini Hostel is shown to come under $20 million. So those are the general topics that we
Okay,
need
so
to
just
sort out.
minor issues like height, FAR, and side setbacks.
That's
Okay.
something that.
Other than that, we're good.
Other than that, we're good.
How we
Yes.
began.
Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how did you enjoy the play?
Anybody want to lead it off?
Can I make a motion?
Who's gonna do it?
I'd like to move the item.
Public hearing, isn't it?
Still make a we have a motion and a second.
So what's the motion before us?
To open the public hearing?
That's not a motion. I think his motion is on the item itself, right?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm going to open the public hearing, but we have a motion and we have a second on the item. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes,
please.
Okay, anyone who wishes to speak on the item, please make a line if you're able to. In the meantime, I'm going to call first Jessica Davis, who is on Zoom. Jessica, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Minor and Commissioners. My name is Jessica Davis. I live at 1228 West Avenue. I am a 20-year-plus owner and resident there, and I am currently Vice President of our board. First, I'd like to thank the mayor and all the commissioners who supported this item on the first read. I am here again today in support of the proposed tower and in support of the public benefits package, which will extinguish the Bikini Hostel and complete the Baywalk. 1228 West is a unique building. Almost every unit has a balcony with views of Biscayne Bay and the ocean. The smaller footprint and larger setbacks of the tower will preserve our beautiful views, and as of right build will not. And quite frankly, the extra 30 feet is negligible. We're talking about only 2.5 stories. With all due respect to all of you up on the dais today, would any of you want to live in or buy a condo unit directly across from a makeshift homeless shelter? This is what our residents are facing. We are constantly investing money to make our buildings safe, code compliant, and a pleasant place to live, and all of that is being dragged down. For 8 months now, the residents of 1228 and our neighbors have seen our quality of life deteriorate. We are constantly concerned for our safety, and in an already shaky condo market, the equity in our homes is declining even further. Having a 24/7 police presence at a cost of $35,000 taxpayer dollars a month is not a good look. This cannot continue. It is bringing all of West Avenue down, and in 8 months, no other solution has been advanced. Enough is enough. 1228 has been waiting for over 5 years for our section of the Baywalk to be completed, and it still hasn't happened. 1228 West and all of Miami Beach needs the
Thank you so much,
Baywalk
ma'am. You're out
completed
of time.
now.
Hi, Liz
Give me
Kennedy.
one second, please.
Sure, no problem.
Because there's so many people, we're going to go down to 1 minute. And since a lot of people have spoken already, if we could do that. So I'm going to set the timer for 1 minute. So go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for listening to me once again.
And
After hearing
your name, please.
Liz Kennedy.
Got it.
After hearing everyone speak, again, moving from California to Miami, it is imperative, as I've mentioned before, I'll say it again, I built an entire business and career off helping people, specifically women. Keeping women and children safe should be the first and foremost decision for this place. That's why everyone's moving here, for safety first and foremost. Number two, I don't know Michael Stern. I have no connection to him. I have zero ties to him. All I want to say is this country is built off entrepreneurship. I hear quite often people villainizing him for how much money he has, the projects that he's developing. This country is built off of that. He's building beautiful properties, and as a woman who comes from nothing and has built my own success, it would be an honor to live in one of his buildings. I truly believe this will add value and vitality to this place, and it is imperative to have it and make sure that people are safe. And thank you for listening to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Brandy Bellissima. Brandy, please unmute yourself, state your name, address. Let's go to Michael Albanese.
Yes, hello. My name is Michael Albanese. I am currently the president of the board at 1228 West. And I thank the commissioners for voting favorably before and for one of them stating today that they want to hear from the neighbors. And we are the neighbors directly to the south of the project. For us, this is an overwhelming support. For us, it's so important to have a smaller footprint rather than a big block building. We need to get the Bikini Hostel gone. It makes no sense to me that people would object to a higher building when there are higher buildings there and want to keep a homeless center and not have a Baywalk. So we're fully in favor of it and hope you'll support it again. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Memo Katz. I run the Chabad Center on Lincoln Road with my father, Rabbi Katz. I have actually been a student at 1140 Alton Road, which is the yeshiva there for Chabad boys. And I've walked back past Bikini Hostel multiple times, and I've heard and seen of multiple accidents that happened to Chabad boys, people trying to reach out to them to come in, offering them drugs. I am pro the 1250 redevelopment, and I think it will help our city and make our city more safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Andre. Andre, please state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Andre McIntosh. I currently live at 31 Northwest 46th Street in Miami, not Miami Beach. I'm a resident of Miami Beach for 20 years. The first 15 years were at Bay Garden Manor, where I sat on the board for most of that time. My background is construction management and engineering. I currently still own my 2 units at Bay Garden Manor, and I'm now a landlord for those. That's the perspective I now speak from. And I gotta say, when I hear Commissioner Fernandez speak so much about the 3 holdouts, I appreciate it, but what about the 235 unit owners who have signed on? Most of those are on the brink of foreclosure due to the very high maintenance and assessments that come from no fault of any of the owners of the building. So we can focus on the 3 holdouts, but what about the 235 that are gonna face foreclosure if this sale does not go through? The sale is viewed by many of us as a last lifeline. For example, on my 2 units, I net a total negative of about $1,400 every
Thank you,
month
sir. I
after the
apologize, but
rent I
you're out of
collect.
time. Next, please, ma'am.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, Mayor. Where'd you go, Mayor? Commissioners, neighbors, and community members here of Miami Beach. My name's Jennifer Myers, and I live at 900 West Ave, and I work south of 5th. I moved here from Los Angeles as well, so I don't want to see Miami Beach become Los Angeles. And my New York friends certainly don't want it to become like New York either. I've dreamt of living in Miami Beach my whole life. My grandparents lived here, and I used to visit them all the time. Miami Beach and the energy and the beauty that we have here, and it's a safe community. Safety first. We want to keep our neighborhood safe. Since this whole issue, I haven't felt safe. I've been holding my mace. I walk around town a lot alone, and I have to hold my mace now to feel safe. I speak for a lot of my friends and neighbors in the community that live in my building and around the neighborhood, and nobody feels safe right now, okay? I'm a very compassionate person, and, oh, okay. The bottom line is I support this project, and I think it should get passed. They're gonna make a nice park where Bikini Hostel is. They're gonna finish the Baywalk for all of us to enjoy. And as we all are saying here today, safety first. Please.
Thank you so much.
Vote for
Our
this.
next virtual caller is Larry Schaefer. Please go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Larry Schaefer, 233 81st Street. The developer's providing the Bikini Hostel property as part of the consideration to the city in the deal. Regarding the development agreement or the DA, why don't we just say we'll take the property as is, clear of liens, and then we'll take a credit for the cost of demolition, and then let's move this into the neighborhoods committee and then have a vigorous discussion of all the possible uses of this consideration that we're receiving. It's very important, it's very valuable, and I think we should have people be able to come in and say, let's do a nonprofit use, let's do a housing use, let's knock it down and redevelop it, and then have all the deals compete against each other. Next, David Martinez, thank you for doing a completion, not cash deal on the Baywalk. We've had other deals in the past where taxpayers had to pay more. And finally, Commissioner Fernandez, thank you for the vigorous, relentless advocacy for those 3 remaining holdouts. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so what's going on?
She's going to speak for.
Got it. So we're going to do 3 minutes, and we're going to
Thank you.
go ahead, please.
Emilitos, a resident of West Avenue, and Susanna Pereckner, my friend, also a resident of West Avenue. She's ceding her time. And we're speaking also on behalf of 132 residents of West Avenue who have signed this petition in opposition of this project. And I'm sorry, this seems like a fait accompli, and 3 minutes is not nearly enough for me. I'm very verbal. But in any case, let me try to summarize what I've written. I think there are a couple of things that need to be touched on, and one of those is these so-called good neighbor agreements, which have been signed on by various associations. And basically what they are is support for this project in exchange for monies. And I find that to be a rather perverse sort of thing, because it's not really speaking to what people might want to do where they're not being compensated financially. Also, I don't know this individual, but I know him by letters. His name is Daniel Merenberg, and he has sent around quite a bit of correspondence regarding 1250, where he's an investor. He owns 5 units there. And he was instrumental in facilitating the bulk sale of that building. And he has sent out this letter now, which lays out the same process to happen at 800 West, which is the Southgate Towers. He has, I'm sorry, 800 West? South Bay Club, excuse me. Thank you, Susanna. Thank you. And he's also laid out plans for other things. This is another letter Mr. Merenberg sent out that basically talks about, in very crude terms, what's happening at 1250. And I'd just like to read one sentence from this letter. Basically, he says, if you will be looking, talking to unit owners at 1250, if you will be looking for a new home or a new investment property, my brokerage is happy to assist. We are targeting another property appropriate for a bulk sale termination. And if investors wish to acquire units in this project with the hope of obtaining a return on the bulk sale, I'm happy to discuss that with you. I would say that's very cold language for what is people's homes, that they're being terminated, and we can only wonder, other than 800 West, which is already targeted, what other properties are being targeted on West Avenue? Because we do know that it's older in terms of the age of the buildings, and the conditions have been kept up in various states of repair. And I believe there are probably half a dozen properties that might be targeted for termination. So in addition, Mr. Merenberg hasn't stopped. He also sent another letter out which solicits his services as an attorney and title agent for the closings at 1250, and he lays out a fee schedule where he's getting $100 for U.S. citizens and $2,000 for non. So please think about what is being done here to people who live in these homes. They're not just business deals and properties to be flipped for a profit.
Ms. Litos, if you'd be able or willing to put me in touch with that gentleman, I would love to, after this meeting, throw cold water all over any of his grandiose ideas. We've already gotten confirmation from this developer that he's had no involvement in that, but I'd like to.
I'm sorry, I have a letter here in front of me. Mr. Stern held an event at 1250 with Mr. Merenberg.
Okay. Well, I'm saying for 800, but what I'm saying is if you can put me in touch with this perhaps unscrupulous gentleman, I don't want to.
Again, I only know him by letters that have been sent to me.
Yep.
I didn't solicit them. They've been mailed
I'll look to
me.
get in touch with him, and I can assure you throw cold water all over any of this. So thank you.
Thanks.
Our next virtual speaker has a Samsung. If you could identify yourself, you have 1 minute.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Paul from 1250 West Avenue. I just want to say, when we signed our deal in June, our brokerage deal with Dan Merenberg in June 24, the owner was not even disclosed to us. He hid it as long as he could until some residents pushed for the information. We found out who the developer was. He was secretly buying units. We signed our deal for the current zoning. There was no mention in our contract that it was based upon approval of 300 feet, or 300 feet was even being considered. If he's going to get this 300 feet extra, we should be able to open our contracts and renegotiate, because the owners of this building are not going to be able to enjoy the community benefits that he's supposedly putting in, and we're being priced out of the neighborhood, unfortunately. But this extra footage and zoning was never mentioned when we signed our contracts, and nowhere in our contracts does it mention that the deal is based on him getting approved for extra zoning.
Thank you
and
so much.
footage, because we
Your time
obviously
is
would have
up.
negotiated for
Thank you
more.
so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Virgilia Verjoge. I am here to speak in full support of the redevelopment of 1250 West Avenue and the removal of Bikini Hostel for several reasons. It imposes a huge threat, not only for the residents, but equally for the local business owners. We must look at the future with confidence. We must get excited for the future and the possibilities. We want to benefit from a tremendous infrastructure, from a forward-thinking infrastructure. And I cannot think of anyone better than a tremendous leader with over 2 decades of experience in development to help reshape not only from the beautiful element associated with it, but also the safety element. As residents, as business owners, we want to be equipped with the safety element associated with performing personally and professionally at our best. So I urge you to consider to what extent this could contribute not only to our future, but the future of our children and future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next caller is Representative Fabian Basabe. Please go ahead. You have 1 minute. Representative, please unmute yourself. Let's go to Mr. Freedom.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
One moment. Yeah, so I wanted to state, we were never told that the height had anything to do with our deals. What Michael Stern just said in front of you guys, that we were aware of the height in our contracts. That was never mentioned in our contract, like the other caller said. There was no mention whatsoever of this height. And we need to know some real answers now of what's going to happen.
Thank you. We seem to be having problems with that sound. Let's try Bendy Bellissima. Brandy, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Brandy, can you unmute yourself? Okay, we seem to not have that caller either. Let's go to WR.
Hey, I want to just reiterate that I really love the people in the West Avenue Neighborhood Association. I think they really have some interesting points or strong points that we have to worry about for West Avenue. And I appreciate Joe Magazine stepping up and getting involved with this real estate broker who's completely out of line. He's the villain. I don't think David Stern is. I spoke to David at the beginning of this because I was a definite no at 380. And he immediately, after saying in front of the commission 3 or 4 times, there's no way I can make this work. For less, he got it down to 330. And I said, you know what? I'm quasi yes. But more importantly, since then, he's added 7 months rental payments to the renters that make up 80% of the population of that building. So I think the renters are actually in a better position than they ever were. I think.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I apologize, but you're out of time. Go ahead, sir. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Tom Hawkins, and I live at 1300 Monad Terrace. I want to state on behalf of the Sobey West Neighborhood Association, we strongly support the second reading of both of these pieces of legislation today. We believe the public benefits are outstanding, and the Bikini Hostel, eliminating the Bikini Hostel, and finishing off the Baywalk are 2 very important benefits for our neighborhood. We have always believed that collaboration, communication, and compromise is what's been done here and in the best interest of our residents. On a personal note, I support this project because I live next door to what's going to happen here. I'm going to be affected by the construction. This is a reasonable and beautiful project that's going to go into our neighborhood. And I thank you for your time.
Our next virtual caller is Brian. Brian, please state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Brian West Avenue, 1000 West Avenue. I'm just calling to say that this beautiful project is that, and the developer is not necessarily the enemy here, right? But the developer needs to pay attention to our current laws that are on the books regarding the height of the building and the precedent that it would set in our neighborhood. I just remind the commission that in the past, developers have promised to create parks. Here I live on 10th Street, and create and help assist with creation of the Bay Walk. And in the past, the developer put the money in escrow, waited the city out, and years later got his money back and didn't build the park and didn't build the Bay Walk. So you know, I hope whatever decision you guys make today, you keep that in mind and realize that what's next might be a 500 foot building. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Akoustis. I live on 1000 South Point Drive. I'm definitely in favor of the building of 1250 plus all the benefits. They're going to finish with the Baywalk and they're going to eliminate the Bikini Hostel. I want to read you something that I received from my neighbor about a month ago. A man accused of attacking 80 years old with bottle. I'm so upset to find out that this weekend Dr. Litvak was attacked by a crazy homeless person during the air show on Ocean Drive, who was apprehended by 3 men nearby and then arrested by Miami Beach Police Department. Prayers for a speedy recovery to one of the most loving and respected neighbors in our community. Here's the disturbing story that aired on the news. That was aired on the news 1 month ago in Channel 7. I saw it, and this is for the person who says that people are using scare tactics. Definitely Miami Beach is not safe. I have an 8-year-old baby and we have a very hard time to walk without being scared. So I'm in favor of the project. And yeah.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Raleigh Smith. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Raleigh Smith. I live at on the Venetian Islands, and I'm here to support the redevelopment proposal for 1250 West Ave. This isn't just about transforming a single property, it's about raising the overall standard for what we want Miami Beach to represent. For too long, the Bikini Hostel has been associated with instability and neglect. That kind of presence sends the wrong message to residents, visitors, and future investors. The addition of the completed Baywalk also shows a long-term vision. It adds beauty, accessibility, and resilience to our waterfront, a benefit not just for nearby residents, but for the city as a whole. This project checks all the boxes. It's smart, forward-looking, and serves the public good, and I urge you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Isabel, and I live on 1250 West Avenue. Living here has given me a front row seat to the issues with this property, which is in very poor shape. And also, it's very troubling what happens just outside at the Bikini Hostel, which has brought a constant stream of disruptive activity. I often don't feel comfortable working home because I work in Sunset Harbor, especially at night. And I don't think this should be the reality for anyone. So I think that the proposed redevelopment is more than welcome, it's necessary, and it's a chance to bring real improvement to the neighborhood. So I urge you to vote yes for this project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Representative Fabian Basabe. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
All right, amazing. Anyway, earlier I drew some attention to the uncertainty in the market that I believe is being created by some of these policies and, self-servingness of private interests. I do want to respond to a couple of things that were said earlier because I couldn't respond while I was being targeted. I don't want to break the rules. So a commissioner mentioned that I voted for something that silenced voters. Obviously, that's a lie. It's a big grandstanded. The bill that was referenced is the Live Local Act, which obviously isn't being used now. It also wasn't said that it passed unanimously with bipartisan support across the state. What actually silences voters is the coordinated disinformation campaigns led by that said commissioner, as well as all the incumbent commissioners' consultants. That these people they flood your mailboxes with millions of dollars in deceptive flyers. That's not outreach, that's manipulation.
Thank you, Representative. You're
Commissioner
out of time.
Bach.
Next, please, go ahead.
How do
You
I
have 1
follow
minute.
up after that? I don't know. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. A pleasure speaking in front of you again. My name is Ryan Skolnick, and I am a proud resident of Miami Beach, and I work in Sunset Harbor. My family and I have deep roots in the city, and we've donated 8 figures towards the betterment of this community. And this reflects our commitment to the well-being of this city. Today, I'm here to voice my strong support for 1250. I believe Mr. Stern has gone above and beyond in his commitment as well to bettering our city. He has a proven track record with Monad Terrace, which is a beautiful development, and completed Baywalk, as well as the removal of the Bikini Hostel. I believe it's just an added bonus. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Hi, Mayor Minor and the commissioners. I'm Laura Garofalo. I am the PTA president at South Point Elementary. I am here in support of this project, and I represent many of the parents at the school. I have about 500 signatures here. These are the people who vote for you. These are the people who want to see this hostel eradicated. It's unsafe. We're walking by and the kids are scared. And it's not just the parents. There's grandparents that pick up the kids from school that live on West Avenue. This is long overdue. This development has to get passed today. Thank you.
Next, please.
Yes. Hi, my name is Fifi Bassin, and I've lived in Miami Beach all my life. And I just want to address that I'm really, really in support of just safety. As a woman, and I've heard a lot of people that are saying, a lot of men, I've listened today, a lot of men that are saying that it is absolutely safe and there's police there. Well, it is not safe for women, and it's not safe for children, and it's not safe for the elderly. So I'm in support for safety. And if the developer is bringing both things and we are going to accomplish an amazing, cleaner environment and safer for everyone, that's the goal. And that's what I'm here to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Hi, I'm Paula Cersei. I'm a resident at 3 Island Avenue, and I am here to support the development that we are going to hopefully have on West Avenue. And the changes are always hard to embrace when a city is going through a transition. And I also think the FAR and the height changes that the developer is going to have will be the enabler and the money-making part to make the current residents and the unhoused people to have a fair transition during this process.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Eric Marshall. Mr. Marshall, please unmute yourself.
Yes, hello. I'm sorry, Eric Marshall. Thanks, Commissioners, for taking the time. I just wanted to say a couple observations. In the 2.5 hours I've been listening, you're voting on a development agreement you haven't seen yet. It went from a public park from 9 months to potentially affordable workplace housing. You go off on tangents at these meetings that are almost hard to comprehend. I hope you make an intelligent decision, and thank you for your time as always. Thanks.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Jorge Betancourt, 1250 West, 40-year resident, president of 1250 for 20 years, board member for 30 years. I'm a local teacher. I teach in Miami Beach Knowledge Middle School. Thank you for addressing the issue of the makeshift homeless shelter on West Avenue. It's deeply ironic that the Waverly, a 36-story building, has never caused traffic or disruption in all my years on West Avenue. Yet a modest 2-story building on West Avenue has had a disproportionate and disruptive impact on our neighborhood. Children no longer ride their bikes along West Avenue. At school, students refer to as Block 12, not as part of the neighborhood, but as a place to avoid. I've also heard there are plans to expand the shelter by purchasing the adjacent building to add 350 more beds. As the mayor said at the last meeting, this homeless shelter lacks essential support services.
Thank you, sir.
Take another moment. Thank you. mental health care, addiction treatment, job placement, and permanent housing solutions. Its presence has eroded the sense of safety and community we once cherished, especially for our children. What should be joyful middle school years are now marked by fear and avoidance. Children did not choose to be born into this world, which is why we are shared the vital responsibility to guide and nurture them through their formative years. At 1250 is facing a severe financial crisis, skyrocketing insurance costs, multiple assessments, 12 million right now, 3 million next year, new mandatory reserve requirements. Roughly 80% of the units at 1250 are investor-owned, and nearly all are operating at a loss. Unlike luxury buildings like the Murano, 1250 is a modest middle-income property, home to many hardworking individuals who live and work in Miami Beach like myself. This financial strain has created strong momentum toward a buck sale, which we believe is the only viable path to avoid widespread defaults. All the owners support this move. To make this sale possible, we respectfully request your approval for the proposed height increase by JDS Development.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marko Gojanovic. I've been living in Miami Beach for 20 years, and I live here in Sunset Harbor with my wife and 2-year-old daughter. I absolutely love Miami. I love the progress Miami has and the forward thinking, and that's why I'm for the project 1250 on West Avenue. We recognize that cities grow and evolve, and with that comes the need for new development. The development is not only replacing an aging and unsafe infrastructure into a sleek, architecturally sound masterpiece, which is much more aesthetically pleasing and a natural fit rather than a shorter, bulkier building. Safety is a priority to me, especially since I recently became a father and I'm also on the board of 2 children's foundations. And that's why the hostel has to go. It's unsafe and everyone knows it. Along with changing the Bikini Hostel site into a public park or other public options, I'm a big fan of the boardwalk, and it's something Miami really needs to make it a lot more walkable. Thank you so much.
Next, please.
Hi, my name is Austin and I live on West Avenue. I honestly support this project. I believe this homeless shelter situation must be addressed right away and must be closed right now before tragedy happens. I'm also a sober guy who's running a sober community, and we all agree up to this project. Thank you.
Mayor, this concludes the public portion of the meeting.
Commissioner Magazine.
I recognize that there are many different interests and sides, especially of a deal this substantial. But for the last several months, in one of our densest residential neighborhoods, the neighborhood that I personally live in with my family, my 8-year-old daughter and my 2 parents, we've been facing an untenable situation. The people that are living there at the Bikini House right now are facing an untenable situation that does not provide a humane place for them as well. Fortunately or unfortunately, there are some things the government just cannot solve alone. And that is this issue in particular is one of those. We've exhausted every single resource, spent countless hours with the city attorney, with our state partners, with our county partners. Even I've seen a letter from the county mayor stating that if we have the opportunity to take such a deal here, that it would be advantageous to do so. I understand the complications for some surrounding neighbors that may not want to see this, but the benefits of this, in my humble opinion, truly outweigh any type of drawbacks. The alternative is that the people currently living at West Avenue, 1250 West Avenue, would see increased incredible financial hardship. Our neighborhood would continue to deteriorate. The people currently at the Bikini Hostel would continue living in inhumane conditions, and our neighborhood would become more untenable, and the safety concerns that we've heard so eloquently stated by so many stakeholders in our community here today would just be exacerbated. So there's some votes that we take up here, you kind of cower and hold your tongue and bite your teeth and do. This is not one of those. This is something where I'm truly proud to embrace a public-private partnership where we have a situation that government and government alone cannot solve. This is a true public-private partnership. It's a day to be proud to move forward for our neighborhood, for our community, for the children in our parks, getting another community amenity. So with that, after the motion by my colleague Commissioner Suarez that I seconded, hopefully we can move forward for a vote here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Magazine, you're right, government can't solve all the issues. Homelessness is one of those issues that we can't solve. And the great extents that we have gone to address homelessness in a responsible, humane way, in a way that has become a national model. And sometimes you do need collaboration. I also want to make sure that this does not become a precedent. Mr. Attorney, where is the moratorium on large developments that this commission asked for? Is that moving forward? Where is that? Because I know today we are addressing two issues that are significant. The makeshift homeless shelter that has been created without our authority on West Avenue, where we have no ability to restrict or stop, and the issue in North Beach that is dragging down the economy in North Beach. After that we address these two major problems that we have in our city. Where are we with our moratorium?
There's a moratorium to temporarily suspend any future applications to increase FAR.
Where is it in the process?
That is going to be going to the planning board for transmittal to the commission on July 1.
On July 1.
If it's transmitted by the planning board, which is next Tuesday on July 1, then the moratorium through zoning in progress would go into effect immediately, and it would come to the commission for first reading in September.
So July 1st, effectively, we could potentially have a moratorium sponsored by this city commission after we address these two significant problems that we have in our city. The depression that has been caused in North Beach with the empty lot at the Doville site that's affecting the quality of life in North Beach, and the safety situation that has been created outside of our control at the Bikini Hostel. After that moratorium could potentially go into place and affect July 1st.
That's correct.
And for the record, PJ, do you have the image I sent you? This is Senate Bill 718 in 2023. It is a bill prohibiting an initiative or referendum process in regards to any land development regulation. And what this bill did is that it preempted our charter, prohibiting our voters from considering issues like this. Our voters asked to have the right to make these decisions. And if you scroll down, PJ, Representative Fabian Basabe voted yes to strip the voters of the city of Miami Beach of their rights under the charter to have a say on decisions like this, and has placed all of us, including this community, in this position. And I think no one should be deceived by the lies that are spread by someone who the public placed their trust in. That person is out there spreading lies, and the public deserves better. And that means the public deserves this transparency. That Fabian Basabe voted in 2023 to strip the voters of the city of Miami Beach from their rights under the charter to make the decisions on FAR increases, stripping our community from our autonomy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So Eric, as I raised the last time we discussed this, my concerns, and a big part of this deal, whether we like it or not, is the Bikini Hostel. It's been a blight in we've focused obviously on the more recent developments, but it's been a blight for decades. As we've seen, there were years, even before the recent, where we had over 100 police calls in a single year for this location. That being said, I did raise concerns that the Homeless Trust, could they, or do we have a reasonable belief that they would place these individuals or other homeless individuals that should be more rightfully in the Camillus House or somewhere like that, and turn around and place it somewhere in Miami Beach? We actually heard one of the residents mention there's been rumors about the Bikini Hostel purchasing an adjacent building to expand the homeless operations. What assurances do we have that we're not trying to solve one problem to just create another location within Miami Beach where homeless will be, unfortunately, unfoundly and probably inhumanely placed.
So I don't know if that question was for me, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
but,
Or turn it over to anybody you want, but.
well, ultimately, we have had many conversations about the Bikini Hostel, and we have had many conversations with the Homeless Trust. We received no assurances from the Homeless Trust that they would not seek to try to relocate individuals to Miami Beach again in the future, despite multiple efforts to try to strike a deal with them. And I've had many conversations with our planning department, and they are trying to come up with creative solutions that would make it more difficult for them to do it. We're not aware of a location that could hold this number of individuals, but to say that that couldn't happen anywhere else in the city it would not be a correct statement.
And by the way, the letter you referenced, Commissioner Magazine, is a letter I sent to the county mayor. I copied our state senators and federal U.S. senators asking for intervention. Yes, the response from the county mayor was that maybe it behooves us to do the deal, but it also doesn't give any assurances that this won't happen elsewhere. I want to turn, PJ, if you can pull up the purchase agreement that the developer has with the, I just want some assurances that, because there's, and PJ's going to pull it up, we did get a copy of the purchase agreement. Thank you for sending it, but there are several paragraphs that are redacted. PJ's.
1 second, I'm pulling up for
Yeah.
you right now.
And while he's pulling that up, my concerns is that since we can't read the full purchase agreement, is there something in there that could potentially hurt us as far as the relocation of these homeless individuals or future?
Yeah. So the redaction's only related to purchase price and financial matters. And I think we dealt with that by adding to the DA assurance that if we pay less than 20 million, we're going to give that difference to the city because we represented that purchase price to the city. In addition, to the contrary of something being in there that could worsen the problem, we actually are requiring that the population be moved outside of the city of Miami, and that provision was shared.
City of Miami Beach?
Outside of the city of Miami Beach, they're going to be moved to the city of Miami. It's our understanding that the sellers have a 1031 exchange in the city of Miami, and they're going to be taking that population and shifting them over with the Homeless Trust to another location outside of Miami Beach. But they are affirmatively required to move that population outside of Miami Beach. And to the point of the resident saying potentially they could expand it, and maybe Eric or the city attorney can address it, they could only theoretically do that with their existing legal nonconforming use, expanding it if they have the Bikini Hostel. When this deal hopefully goes through and the sale closes, the Bikini Hostel and their legal nonconforming use will go away. The property they were looking to expand into is an existing condominium, so it wouldn't be allowed to be used as a homeless shelter, only through an expansion of an existing legal nonconforming use. So this would solve that problem.
To your
I'll leave it
knowledge,
there.
does the current owner or owners of the Bikini Hostel have any other property within Miami Beach?
My understanding is they own a single-family home in Sunset Islands that they rent out. They do not own any other hotel or commercial property in Miami Beach. This is it.
One of the, PJ, if you can pull and if you can scroll down to page 33, I just had a question about one of the provisions.
Sure.
So these, you can see the redactions. These are all purchase price redactions? I mean, some of them are full paragraphs.
They're either purchase price or financial, and we'll represent that they are only financial in nature, and there is a confidentiality clause that prevents us from disclosing.
Yeah, and that's
some
the
of those
clause
financials.
I want to pull, page 33. This is page 25, PJ, page 33 of the document. 8 more pages.
This is the last slide.
Yeah.
Huh? Somebody's whispering in my ear that you don't have the full. We'll pull it up, but basically there's a confidentiality provision that says that the Homeless Trust, the City of Miami, and the restaurant does not have to abide by the confidentiality or can get copies of this purchase agreement, but the city of Miami Beach is not included in that. I'm just curious why.
So I think I'm gonna pull it up here. That related to that in relation to having to move the homeless population out in terms of the existing contracts that the seller has with the city. If they have a clause in their contract that says you can only move them if a sale occurs of the facility, et cetera, and that is required to be shown in order to move the population, to facilitate that move, you can show the city or the homeless trust, City of Miami or the homeless trust that contract. Here it is. It says, to the extent such person needs to know such information and is otherwise bound by the confidentiality obligation of seller. So it's only in the limited case that they need to know it with regards to the contracts that actually take that population out of Miami Beach and put them in Miami. Because we aren't privy to the contractual obligations and the private agreement between the
And
seller.
why
and
would the
homeless
city of
trust.
Miami be excluded from that?
The City of Miami.
It mentions the homeless trust, the city of Miami, and the restaurant. Why the city of Miami?
They're not excluded. The contract is with the homeless trust and the City of Miami. The City of Miami Beach is just not a contract party to that agreement. And if you read further in that agreement.
Okay, so just to be clear, the homeless individuals being placed there are from the city of Miami.
Absolutely. The City of Miami has a contract with the homeless trust. The homeless trust then has a contract with the Muscats. So the City of Miami Beach is just not a contract party, which is why they're not mentioned. But further in that same provision, there's language that everybody needs to keep the City of Miami Beach informed and cooperate and coordinate with the City of Miami Beach within that same provision. But the only reason the City of Miami Beach is not in that provision is because they're not in privity with that private contract. That's it.
And based on your representation that the redacted portions are only financial related, or why not produce that to us?
Only financial related.
No, but why not produce a full purchase agreement?
We vigorously asked the Muscats for permission to share the
The
entire
Muscats are
thing.
the owners of the Bikini Hostel?
The Bikini Hostel, and they asked us to provide them additional financial consideration to disclose it, and we politely declined. I'm being a little facetious, but we asked for permission when you insisted. They gave us permission, they did not give us permission to disclose the price and all those financial considerations. So.
To your
we
knowledge,
have
is
to
the
respect
homeless
it.
trust gaining any financial gain from either this purchase agreement or any of the development agreements that we're discussing today?
No, they're not.
Okay.
SEC attorney?
I was. Private sector now. Okay, unless there's any other comments, there's a motion and a second. Sure, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I was just telling our city attorney behind the scenes that I've never quite been interjected into a scenario like this one. And first and foremost, I want to thank everybody who came out today to speak on 1250, the people from West Avenue, anybody who's concerned about the Bikini Hostel and security and safety. And understand that it's important to hear directly from the people who live in the building or the people who are just adjacent, because, I mean, what we do today directly impacts lives. You know, post Champlain Towers in 2021, we could have never predicted that we would be in the situation where we are right now. You know, you have these restrictions that have been, you know, and laws imposed by the state of Florida that have increased maintenance, reserve requirements. Now we have inflation. We see that even FP&L is raising their rates 2.5% from now through 2029. So, I mean, what's happening here, this is not the first instance that we're going to see of situations like this where older condominiums are in terrible shape and unit owners are somehow forced to sell. And we've kind of been interjected into the entire situation, which is not easy to make these types of choices. And I really used to love when we had the referendum right, because it wasn't up to the commission. It was up to the entire electorate of Miami Beach.
Fabian took that away from us.
It's not about anybody except for what we're facing right now. Okay, so this is a situation of market conditions. And somehow we now have a homeless shelter on West Avenue in addition to that. So, I don't think, and I would hope, that the developer, when you started to purchase these units, how long ago did you start to purchase the units?
First unit, well over a year ago at this point, so
Oh.
a long time ago.
Oh, okay. So a year ago. And I understand the concern from other members of West Avenue who are worried that they're going to be in a similar situation. But unfortunately, with the structural requirements and the certifications and inflation and the cost of living increasing, we could be in the center of this again. I want that shelter closed immediately. Every single time that I drive by it or I see it on West Avenue, and it's inhumane, not just for the people living there first and foremost, because if you see the bunk beds in these tiny, what I would say filthy rooms that are not being, I looked at the conditions of the hostel, and they're untenable. There's no indoor gathering place for them, and I'm happy that they're going to be moved into a place where they're going to have humane treatment. That is incredibly important, especially since the kitchen was closed and they were eating fast food. Some things that are weird, I think the whole situation is bizarre. Look, I'm prepared to vote for this today because I don't see, anything else. And it does break my heart when I hear from certain unit owners who say, well, we didn't know that something was contingent on something else, because we want everybody to be happy. And I apologize, to those unit owners. But once again, you have the government being interjected into a kind of private sale of something. And that's bizarre. But here we are, and this is our 5th hearing where we've been here. And we also have to understand that, when people do come to Miami Beach and say that they want to invest, hundreds of millions of dollars in our city, how are we going to treat those people too, so that people continue to want to do business with Miami Beach? And I do think that from where we were at the beginning of this deal, where it was like over 400 feet, well over 400 feet, to where we are now, we've come a long way. So I'm prepared to vote in favor of this today.
Mr. Mayor, before we vote.
Commissioner Fernandez.
And I just want to put a couple of things for the record. We are working, I know there's a lot of community out there that might be watching this that's concerned about their building being the next buyout. And this city commission is taking action to pass groundbreaking legislation in the state of Florida. Absent our representatives taking any action in Tallahassee, in Miami Beach, we are taking the leadership locally to put protections in place for homeowners in condominiums to be protected from predatory buyout practices, intimidation tactics for sale. We're looking at doing possibly we're studying the possibility of requiring LDR disclosures when a developer is going to a seller, so that that seller knows that that buyer is looking to increase the zoning of that property, because that could impact the valuation of that property, and also require closing dates, so that what people have experienced, that their closings get delayed and delayed and delayed, so that that doesn't happen again. So we are taking action as a community to pass some of this groundbreaking legislation. And I'm just gonna end with one thing. At the last hearing, I asked you if you would consider lowering your height. Did you lower your height?
We did not.
Okay, thank you.
If anyone else wants to be heard, we have a motion and a second. Call the vote. Let's be clear what we're voting on, because we have a differential between what the developer, the private applicant, has submitted and what the administration had proposed. But we are voting on what the private applicant has submitted. That is the item before us, correct?
Is the application as presented by the private developer.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Let's call the vote.
Commissioner Bott.
As I said, when we voted upon this the first time, this will probably be the hardest vote that I need to, the hardest decision that I need to make. And it has caused some consternation and a lot of internal strife on this. But with where we are now, I cannot do anything but vote for it.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Not present.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
No.
Mayor Minor.
I'd like Commissioner Fernandez to be here for this vote. This is too important. And what's the, just to be clear, what's the vote that's needed? That's okay. What's the vote that's needed to pass?
6-7.
So far, the vote is 4-1 in favor, Commissioner Fernandez.
I will say this. Last year, this city commission met and decided to silence the will of 20,000 voters in Miami-Dade County. I did not vote for that ordinance. And as a result of that, 100 homeless people were placed in West Avenue. And that's why we're facing this issue today. I did not vote for that. In fact, I raised the alarm of the consequences of what that vote would cause to our community. And because of that, all of you who care because of this have had to deal with the homeless in your community. I didn't create that problem, but I'm being asked to fix it because all of you feel unsafe. And it's why we've been leading on efforts to address the homeless issue, not only with law enforcement, but also through the investments on compassionate services. But in addition, of that very bad vote, not only did we end up with 100 homeless people, but the taxpayers of the city of Miami Beach have been put into a deal where they're having to fork out up to $75 million for the next 13 years. I didn't create that problem. I voted against that problem. So we can either take an easy no vote and continue with the safety challenges that families and women have come to present to us, or we can take a yes vote and vote to solve the issue of the homelessness in West Avenue. When we sit here and we talk down to our police and we put our police in the spot and saying that our police are not addressing homelessness, we, this days, created the homeless issue. This day is responsible as to why those 100 homeless people are here. And we can stand here all day and blame the police, but at the end of the day, it's our responsibility. Commissioner Magazine, I'm going to vote with you to solve the homeless issue on West Avenue because our community deserves better than the homeless shelter that has been created on West Avenue.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know a couple of my colleagues want to speak, and thank you for your passionate comments. I would just say that ultimately we are not the ones, this commission did not take those individuals from the Camillus House. You were there that night when they were not even told that they were going to be placed there. So ultimately, I hear what you're saying.
It was a result of our vote. We were sued, and the night that the judge ruled that that question could be taken off the ballot after 20,000 people had voted, a few hours later, we ended up with buses of homeless individuals coming from the city of Miami into the neighborhoods of all the people who we serve, who are sitting here today asking us to solve this problem. So notwithstanding the fact that we're going to be vilified in public, that lies are going to be said about us in public, that we're going to be corrupt and sold to special interests, the special interests in here are you, the families of our community who are having to deal with people urinating in public, defecating in public, dealing with bike thefts, Joe Manning who's being attacked by homeless individuals. We saw a slideshow of probably over 24 crimes created by homeless individuals in our community. And that, in large part, is because this commission, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I disagree with you. This commission, without my vote, decided to silence the votes of 20,000 people on that homeless tax, and we ended up being retaliated against, and we had to be there that Friday night to help those individuals, and now we're really solving that problem. It's easy to vote no, and because it's easy to launch the attack, because this, at the end of the day, we're here to serve. And that's what we have to do to solve this problem. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, no, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. I will. Oh, I never saw Commissioner, actually. No, I'll say, I know you're not referring to me, so, but I will say that 4 years ago when this issue first came up about putting this 1% tax on, I was a no vote as well. But the problem is also that we made a decision as a city, but putting that aside, the county as whole, the Homeless Trust is whole. Our commission ponied up the money. We actually have now shifted and we're taking it out of resort taxes from the Convention Center Hotel instead of burdening our local small businesses and our residents. What that headline would have meant. You know, the reason why this commission has taken some of its bold action, and I'll say, I'm not talking about this case per se right now, but bold action in dealing with homelessness, with crime, with making sure our cases are prosecuted. We got vilified at every turn. The media, local electeds, we literally, and by the way, I wear it with a badge of honor. Because you know why? Because you are residents, no matter what gets thrown at us. I hear from you, thank you, Mayor. Thank you to our police. Thank you to our commission. We see through it. All of us see through it. But that's the point. And that was the point of this, because there are, you know, when people say Florida, we're a safe city, Miami Beach, yes, we have to deal with issues. But overall, I hear a lot. I hear a lot from people. They don't feel there's a safer city in America right now than Miami Beach. But doesn't mean we don't have to address issues. But some of the policies that exist here, make no mistake about it, they are the same policies that are in California and in New York that are creating the problems in California and New York. And we, as a body, as a commission, have taken bold action to make sure that that does not happen. And this vote today is actually part of it. But there are other issues as well that we need to make sure, and that's why our police do a great job. There's more we're asking them to do, and I'm sure they will come up with the challenge. But I am really proud of this commission overall. I know my colleague Commissioner Dominguez wanted to speak, and Commissioner Bott.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, for bringing up the reason why we're here and why we're trying to tackle this homeless situation on West Avenue. Like you, I voted no on that item, and that's the main reason why I'm so supportive of this project. And for the record, I wanted to share that.
Commissioner Bott.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Fernandez, I'd been thinking about bringing up the same issue because it's really, it really sticks in my craw that we're here having this very major debate, in large part because of this action. For the record, I also vigorously voted against disenfranchising 20,000 residents. I have no issue with debating the merits of being part of the Homeless Trust 1% tax. There's another community just north of us that does not pay that tax, and nobody has ever bused people to them. They still have an amiable, collegial relationship. But not only did we take away the right of voters who had already cast their ballots, there was an escalation of the way things were communicated that did not help the situation at all at the county commission meetings. And so now we no longer just have a difference of opinion on how to handle what we do with our city's homeless population. By the way, we spend close to $10 million providing services and access to services and care, continuum of care, resources. We have folks in our police department who are primarily dedicated to homeless outreach. Dr. Alba Tare and her team do an incredible job. So it's not that we're not trying to address in a compassionate and productive way how to help these folks who need help and how to rein in those folks who are bad actors and causing, creating crimes and or perpetuating crimes. But the way to do that is to have that conversation before people start voting. The time to have that conversation is not when early voting had started and ballots had been cast. And so wherever people net out on whether or not they want to be a part of the Homeless Trust is a very valid conversation to be had, but never to take away a person's right to vote on something once you have already voted. And so that is why, in large measure, we are here having this very robust debate about whether or not this project should move forward. And I don't want that to be lost in translation. We could have done things very differently and had a perfectly good outcome in lots of different ways. It did not include disenfranchising people who had already cast their ballots.
Anybody else want to speak? I'm a yes.
Thank you. Motion passes on all three. R5B, R5A.
Thank you.
R7A.
Looking forward to a beautiful product and a nice park or whatever we decide there. Okay, please, if you can clear the room. I know there's a lot of people, but we have the Doville item next. So if you can clear the room as quickly as possible.
Mayor, you want a little, Eric?
Yeah, Ralph, you want to call it?
R5C, it's an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the City of Miami Beach year 2040 Comprehensive Plan pursuant to the small-scale procedures in Objective RLU 1.1, establishment of future land use categories, Policy 1.1.7, high-density multifamily residential RM3,
Zalman, I'm asking you nothing.
creating the North Beach Oceanfront Overlay, land use overlay category, providing authority to establish floor area incentives for partial reconstruction of contributing buildings and designating the North Beach Oceanfront Overlay District on the 2040 future land use map, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, transmittal, repealer, severability, and effective date. This is second reading public hearing. It is item R5C. R5D.
I'm asking everyone, please clear the room. We have to finish this meeting and we have another major item to call.
R5D is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Resiliency Code of the City of Miami Beach by amending Chapter 7, Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2, District Regulations, Section 7.2.6, RM3 Residential Multifamily High Intensity, Subsection 7.2.6.3, Development Regulations to reference modified development regulations for the North Beach Oceanfront Overlay, further amending Chapter 7, Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 3, Overlay Districts by creating Section 7.1.3.11 entitled North Beach Oceanfront Overlay District to establish development regulations that incentivize developments, including the partial reconstruction of contributing buildings on certain existing oceanfront lots within the North Beach Resort Local Historic District, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 6/7 vote. That was item R5D. We also have two additional resolutions. R7B, which is a public hearing, North Beach Oceanside District Doville Development Agreement, and R7C, approve amendment number 1 to the Doville Settlement Agreement.
Eric, take it away.
So again, I'm going to hand it over to David Martinez, Assistant City Manager, and Thomas Mooney, our Planning Director.
Thank you, Eric. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. So this is now the second reading of this development agreement as well as the legislation that was read by the clerk. There has been several changes to the legislation as well as the developers agreement since the last time that you all voted on this. And I'm going to go through a quick list of the things that have changed so that we can bring this up to speed. So previously, if you all recall, there was the height proposed for the two residential towers on the project was 380 feet. That height has been lowered to 300 feet. In addition to that, we're only looking at two towers instead of three. There will be a southern tower that will be all residential, and then there will be a northern tower that will be part of the reconstructed pedestal that'll include the hotel units as well as residential. The floor plates on the two towers that are now remaining are being increased in size from the previously approved 10,000 square foot plates to 25,000 square foot plates. There was a previous requirement now to modify the previous requirement to substantially reconstruct the former Doville by allowing for the reinterpretation of the original tower portion of the hotel and redistribute the allowable FAR within the two new towers that have been relocated that I just mentioned. The applicant has also limited the overall density of the project to not exceed 200 residential units and 140 hotel keys. A minimum of 90 to 125,000 square feet of hotel floor area will be provided. A maximum of 625,000 to 660 square feet of residential tower floor area will be provided. A no gambling provision for the subject site is also included. A guarantee that no future projects on the property will be developed pursuant to the Live Local Act is also included. A portion of the property shall be developed as a temporary public open space, and that is associated also and picked up on the companion amendment number 1 to the settlement agreement. The developer has also agreed to construct a minimum size 4,000 square foot exhibition and meeting space that's being called the Center for Miami Modern Architecture and Resilience that will be open to the public. And in addition to that, specific areas of the property that will be privately owned and publicly open spaces. These include corridor along Collins Avenue, the two beach access corridors on the north and south, one of them being elevated on the north, as well as the lobby of the reconstructed Doville Hotel will be open to the public. To recap on the public benefits, which have been slightly modified.
David, if you don't mind, when they changed the residential units, how many residential units was it before and the FAR for that residential units, and what did it change after the first reading?
As I mentioned, the current residential units is 200. It changed from 140 prior.
And was there a change in FAR?
There is no change in FAR. The
No, for
FAR
residential.
continues to be.
Part of my question, was there a change in the dedicated FAR toward residential versus hotel?
Tom, you want to?
Yeah, according to the plans that were submitted by the developer in April, the total residential area proposed was 517,000 square feet. Currently, as Eric said, 640, upwards of 660 are proposed. And for the hotel area in April, 230,000 square feet of hotel was proposed. Now 107,000 square feet of hotel is proposed.
And that's because of the reduction in height?
Correct, and the developer's decision to change the mix of units to have less hotel units and more residential units.
Okay, please carry on. Please carry on.
Okay. So just, I want to summarize for the good of the group, the different public benefits or other considerations that are being proffered. We have, number one, the partial reconstruction of the historical Doville Hotel pedestal. We have what I previously mentioned, the privately owned public spaces. Again, the reconstructed Doville lobby, the two beach access corridors, as well as Collins Avenue sidewalk promenade. We have a new, the addition of the Center for the MIMO Architecture and Resilience at 4,000 square feet. We have a temporary public park and beach access, which is proffered ahead of the construction of the site. 150 public parking spaces at the garage property, which will be initially proffered from the very beginning, and at some point will convert to either a long-term lease or a condominium space. We have the originally proffered $7.5 million towards the Byron Carlisle, or the city so chooses for another purpose. There will be some funds that we will be able to use for the Biscayne Beach Elementary sewer situation. There's also $400,000 for the North Beach infrastructure analysis that the commission has asked for. There's, as we all know, the resolution of the existing fines, which I think I'm told, and Eric, I don't know if you heard further, that the money has been wired.
So we requested that it was to be wired. I don't know if it's hit the bank account yet.
Okay, so there should be in the, hopefully soon in the bank account. The Triangle Pocket Park at $250,000, and two new additions, which is our $350,000 towards the Parkview Island entrance project, as well as $650,000 towards the Allison Park Dog Park improvements. That constitutes, in general, the public benefits and other considerations.
Correct me if I'm wrong, was the settlement agreement part of a public benefit? Not the settlement agreement,
No,
the
that's-
fines paid.
They're not. That's why I said other considerations as well as some public benefits. So I just want to capture all the different elements that are at play.
Got it.
And turn it all to you if you have any specific questions.
Commissioner Bott.
Are we able, I don't know if it would be you or the applicant, to see the revised, is there a presentation the applicant is going to be making to see the revised, because what we're voting on now has changed quite dramatically from what we had preliminarily voted on.
So while they're starting that, just if I could through the mayor, I just got notice that we got confirmation that the money has been received in our bank account.
Good afternoon, or almost good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. Thank you so much for your time today. I'm honored to be here with you to really try to be the most important catalyst to North Beach. The Doville property means so much to the history of Miami Beach. It's one of 5 very important hotels that were built in the 50s that really represent why historic preservation is so important in our community. And I think this is an interesting roadmap in order to be able to do a partial reconstruction of the tower, a reinterpreted tower, mid-century modern architecture, as well as a replication of the entire pedestal, which is over 150,000 square feet of FAR. As many of you know, the road today has been not easy. Every step of the way I've been motivated to my commitment to North Beach and to the city of Miami Beach and its residents. North Beach has been overlooked for quite some time. And what is being presented here today is, after countless conversations with residents, community groups, and with each of you. After receiving the latest round of feedback from the commission, we've made final adjustments. It's the same FAR. We reduced the height to 300, moved 3 buildings to 2 buildings that we'll show you shortly. And we increased our public benefit package. The historic replication of this building comes at a significant cost, hard costs, soft costs, financing costs. And so it is important that we realize, and I think we did realize after our last meeting, to make this open to the public and really make it a public asset for the community and revitalize the neighborhood. We're really proud of a lot of the community outreach. We've had tons of meetings over the last year and a half with not only, unanimous planning board meetings, but also, out in the community with residents. And I'd love to just walk you through a little bit of the presentation. I have Eduardo from Foster & Partners that's here today, and and he'll be able to do a quick presentation on the design, and we'll try to make it as efficient as possible because we know that Commissioner Suarez has to go early.
How much time do you need for the presentation?
I would say no more than 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Eduardo Ruiz from Foster & Partners. Delighted to be here today. This is a sequence that shows the evolution of the project from September 2024, from a height of 437 feet, 2 buildings down to 400. In conversations with the community, with the city, it was made evident that we needed to go down in height, and so we did. And in the last iteration, the height of the towers and the width of the towers led to a significantly different arrangement with only 2 buildings, as David was saying a moment ago, and a much lower height of 300 feet. Now, with regard to the podium and the reconstruction, the spirit is the same. It's a very similar strategy, identical really. It's all based on the idea of interacting with the city, with this historic piece of architecture which is in everyone's memory, and to improve it in terms of its urban benefits. The iconic arrival with the arches is part of it, and so we think that we can really bring it back to its golden age in a new way. This doesn't only apply to the facade, but also to the internal spaces, the lobby in particular, which has an extremely important public dimension, and how it flows into these other spaces, the Richelieu, the Napoleon Club, and the Casanova, which are part of an integrated spatial experience, which is very characteristic of the architecture of the period. And so this flowing space, which was always flowing and was part of its spatial DNA, so to speak, will now be framed in greenery. A greenery that, as we explored in previous presentations, would come from a transformation of the pool deck into a green court, and with all the benefits from an ecological point of view, from a resiliency point of view. On top of that, it would be open to a wider audience and really become a beating heart for the neighborhood and the community. So that is the podium. The other essential element of the composition of the historic building was the Doville Tower. And it had a footprint which was more or less T-shaped, and it had an awkward relationship with the water, with the ocean. As we can see in this photo, there was absolutely no space between the water and the site boundary and the building itself, as many of the buildings did back in those days. So we've already taken steps to improve our relationship with the neighbor to the north, increasing the setback to 30 feet. And we had already cut the building 50 feet away from the beach path and the beach in a more respectful relationship. And we're further increasing that setback to 83 feet, making it be in line with our neighbor to the north in a much more respectful relationship. Now, when it comes to the language of the building, we identified, we really want to go back to the DNA of what made the Doville. These are the 2 essential features that we can identify that could be the basis for a successful reinterpretation of the building, are the horizontal eyebrows, the brise-soleil elements that marked its horizontal language, and which were so characteristic of the modern movement and the Miami modern specifically, but also the vertical marker that located the entry point of the building, the arches at its base in this very sort of memorable arrangement. And we would build on the features that are characteristic of the Miami modern, which has more of a flair and playfulness than other expressions of the modern movement. So this is just an initial approach to it, what we think we can do, and we believe that successfully it captures the essence of what the building used to be, but in a way that is clearly contemporary and not trying to mimic the historic building, only draw the essential features from it and build on them. The new building on site would be to the south. It would sit, as the two previous towers did, on top of the ballroom, moving the cores away from the most significant historical rooms, the lobby in particular, and in this case, pushing the building more than 200 feet away from the site boundary, the east site boundary, the beach, and leaving a gap of about 110 feet with the north building. As a result, the building leaves generous gaps between the neighbors to the north, between themselves, and to the south. And as this elevation shows, this west elevation shows, they're well below the height of the taller neighbors to the north and to the south. And now back to David to talk about the public benefits.
So public benefits summary, I think, are really important. Not only is the legacy of the Doville being restored important, but we're also heard about a need for public parking. And so we're going to be dedicating 150 public parking spaces to the city and to the community. We're also going to be doing a series that David Martinez mentioned of privately owned public spaces within the historic pedestal. Where I think it's the only development that will be providing 2 publicly accessible beach walks at a considerable cost, as well as the capital for the affordable housing and workforce housing at Byron Carlisle or other workforce housing and affordable housing needs the city has. So this just goes through each element, the Biscayne Beach Elementary sanitary sewer issue, the Parkview entrance improvements, which Parkview's somewhat always, needs to be thought of and really, think through in order to improve the aesthetics and really the temporary public park here. Here we have the job creation that the hotel will be generating, and partially the residential component, and also the incremental tax revenue that the CRA will be getting for this project. This project is a low-density project. The 200 residential units, if you guys would like, and I would proffer probably 180 residential units is all we would need, and we're going to build 140 hotel keys. Today, you could build over 571 residential units. Today, you could build approximately 900 hotel keys. So given that reduced density, I think we're anywhere between probably 20 to 30% of that density. We have a significant amount of traffic reduction, not only from what the Doville was, but also with this redevelopment. So we're catalyzing the project with the hotel. We're catalyzing the project with this additional revenue, but with much lower impact on traffic, much more impact on public infrastructure, and an enhanced stormwater management system. We're going to use some of the tools that we used over at Canopy Park from a resiliency standpoint in order to basically be able to have stormwater retention for the neighborhood within the property and under the court and public park. We also have a temporary public open space. At the last meeting, it was mentioned not only to comply with the vacant lot standards, but also to develop a temporary space for the public to immediately be able to use the property and also be able to enjoy the green space. So that's something that we've designed and we'll be working through and part of our development agreement. Here you have the historic replicated Doville, which approximately around $215 million of cost to replicate the 150,000 square feet. So we have the porte cochere, the decks, the pecan alleys, the lobbies, et cetera. And so here you have.
David.
Yes, sir.
How much was it to rebuild a Doville?
The pedestal only is around $215 million.
250?
215, sorry, 215.
Okay.
Yeah, it's around give or take around 160 million for the hard costs. The soft costs are going to be around approximately 30 million, and the financing costs around 20 something. And we brought and we could hand it out. We brought an estimate from our general contractor, Moss Construction, so that you could have those details.
I'm sorry, but since you're on this line, does that account for there's be some cost regardless whether you're replicating or not, correct?
So the 150,000 square feet of that area today could be used for residential, for instance. You could build, like in Bath Club, you could build a bunch of villas on the homes. Those first 35 feet, so of the 300 feet that we're using, the first 35 feet are being dedicated, and I'll go back to the plan, solely to these uses. That is not the, call it, most commercially viable plan, because this is 150,000 square feet that could probably, you could create a lobby in these types of conditions within 20,000 square feet, right? And then you could commercialize and provide residential a product in order to sell within that pedestal. You could sell that project. So under a non-Doville project, this area would be residential, would be really, able to generate a lot more revenues than a lot of the, grand areas that are expensive to build, but also important for the reconstruction of the Doville and the site.
Proceed.
Thank you. So here we have the partial reconstruction. This is kind of referencing the 5 hotels that kind of the era of the Doville in 1957, obviously the Melvin Grossman. This is showing the north elevated beach walk, which also has access to the resiliency and mid-century modern center that we're building.
And that's public?
Yes, that'll be public. And then also we have our South Beach Walk.
What would exactly be public?
The Center for Resiliency and Miami Modern Architecture will be open to the public.
Right away?
The beach walk is public. The lobby is also going to be public from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. The lobby will have access to the center and will also be accessible to the public. This is the North Beach Walk that has access, because the Center for Architecture and Resiliency, that center has an access not only from the lobby, but also has an access from the beach walk.
But it's a Center for Miami Modern.
Yeah, sorry, Center for Miami Modern Architecture, got it. And then here's the South Beach Walk, which is, an important beach walk. So both sides of the property are basically going to be accessible to the public. It's around half an acre of land that's going to be dedicated to the public that otherwise would not be.
David, if I could just ask, the original Doville had how many access points for the public to get to the beach?
None.
And so we're going from 0 to 2?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And also temporarily, we're going to be providing access prior to start of construction as well immediately. This garage, not only are we dedicating on a long-term basis this 150 parking spaces, we're also going to enhance the aesthetics of this facade of this garage. That is not, I'm not including that in any public cost, but this is something that I think the community deserves, as that garage has not been in a very good condition, and Foster and Partners worked on the garage facade, and we'll be going forward with this during our design approval process. But overall, this garage, we're very close to being able to open it, and immediately will be open to the public. Plus, we're also going to be dedicating it on a long-term basis to the community. So there's around, give or take, 400 to 500 spaces. 150 of those spaces will be dedicated to the public. This is the proximity that shows the garage and the Doville here. This shows the access points and also the public space of the lobby that will be accessible north and south, as well as a promenade that we're creating along Collins Avenue that I think Foster and Partners really working with Schulman, really created a very smart move to increase for pedestrian safety that area. This shows the 2 areas of the Miami Modern Center for Architecture as well as Resiliency, and it shows where it is inside the pedestal of the building. And also here are some of the financial contributions for Allison Park as well as Park View. as well as the Byron Carlisle Cultural Center and affordable housing. You know, there's $7.5 million being contributed for this project to make it as a catalyst to try to make this happen. Here's a conceptual scheme that has been developed for this cultural center and workforce housing, and we think this is Byron Carlisle arts and culture are very important to North Beach, and I think we need to be investing in that as well as affordable housing. We have this infrastructure study and improvements. Not only are we enhancing the stormwater system for the entire area with our project, but we're also going to be doing an analysis of the entire North Beach infrastructure and working with the city in order to see where we could identify more priority projects. This is the public park that we're going to be building, as well as a community garden that we're going to be creating here. You know, at a minimum, we're going to be allocating $250,000, but this is a very important corner. It's basically along Harding Avenue, and it's really a visible corner, and so we really wanted to be an amenity to the community. Here's the, you know, obviously because of our lower density, we're 20 to 30% of our allowable density. We have a reduced water consumption, reduced sanitary sewer demand, reduced solid waste generation, et cetera. This shows you the balance of density from what is currently allowed to what we're building here. And also this study was done by Kimley Horn from a traffic planning perspective that shows the reduction in traffic. And then we're also doing some traffic improvements where we're.
David, it would be the reduction in traffic from what would be as of right?
So as of right, you could build 571 residential units, and you could build around over 900
If you were to build 570 residential units, what would be the average unit size?
So it depends, Commissioner, but you know, anywhere between 1,000 to 2,000 square feet, give or take. So that would be the kind of the size.
Okay.
Yep.
As of right?
Yes, and I don't. We don't.
You don't mind coming up here for a second? Because I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Because I think when I did the math, it was it turns out to be 650 square feet on average if you were to build all 500 and something residential units. So Tom, maybe you can just clarify the record?
In the RM3 district, the minimum unit size is 550 square feet. Now, if you agree by covenant not to have any short-term rentals, you're not required to have an average unit size. But if you don't do that, then your average unit size has to be 800 square feet. So if you round that off, the minimum unit size ends up being closer to 800 square feet based upon a normal 85% efficiency rating.
Okay. So, and the only reason I bring that up is because, you know, there's a lot of discussions up here for attainable housing. And so if you were to max out all 500 and change units, we would by definition have naturally occurring attainable housing. So it's a give or take, right? I mean, I understand that there's more density and then you'll have more strain on the infrastructure, but I think it's important to realize that, you know, do we want to have 3,000 square foot units or do we want to have attainable housing? So I want to make sure that we're on the same page and we're being intellectually honest with each other.
Yeah, 100%.
And if I could just interject there, because it's not specific to this, right? When it's one of my foremost goals to bring attainable housing to our city, but we have to be pragmatic about where to do so. Doing so on the ocean front or on the bay front likely isn't the place to try and achieve that goal. What's going to make something actually naturally more affordable is the placement within our city. So that's why my goal is to really, when we look to thread the needle for attainable housing, is to find infill areas that can also help revitalize our commercial corridors, such as Lincoln Road, Washington Avenue, kill multiple birds with one stone, where we're bringing residential eyes to those areas, revitalizing those areas, and the cost of land is much less, so those units actually will be attainable. Because even if you have one bedrooms on the water, the price demanded there is not going to be affordable or attainable. But if you have something on Lincoln Road or Washington Avenue, you're cost for land and land development, and the finishes you're gonna have will naturally help those be more attainable. So it's just, it's not specific to this item, but when I think about my goal for how I'd like to, achieve that attainable housing for our city, that's kind of where I start out.
And the only reason I bring that up is because on if that traffic study where it shows a reduction in, I think 76% reduction, I don't think that's necessarily true, right? Because as Commissioner Magazine said, having beachfront property if you were to max out all 570 residential units, you really wouldn't do that because they'd be around 800 square feet at the most, and you probably wouldn't build 570 units on the water, or excuse me, on the ocean, and therefore to say that it's going to reduce traffic by 76%, I think that's just intellectually dishonest. And I'm just trying to make that distinction here.
And I think it's a great point. I think.
Your mic's off.
Sorry, hello?
Your mic's off.
Yeah.
Just push the button.
Okay, thank you. Very good point, very good discussion. I think a healthy discussion. Do agree that the price points of this property, because of the cost of construction, land, and everything else, and being on the beach, I think is going to command a higher price that's going to be out of that attainable. But on the flip side, I think we're all thankful that we're not planning a property, because this project not only can generate 500,000 square feet, Commissioner, but it could also generate 1 million square feet of FAR as well under that state statute. So for me, I think it's a very good point, but I think another developer, not me, another developer could build 1 million square feet here of FAR.
Yeah, again, through the mayor, I don't see a live local obligation being put on oceanfront.
No.
And by the way, if they did, we would have affordable housing.
Yeah.
Right? So it's a trade-off.
Yeah.
But I just want to make sure that we're being intellectually honest when you say it's going to reduce traffic. Because reduce it from what? So.
Right, so, I mean, prior purchasers wanted to do a mega hotel here. The fact that you could have, 800, 900 hotel keys here, that is also a possibility.
But how come the Morellos haven't done that?
They chose me to be the developer, Commissioner, and I felt that the most important thing for us, my view is quality of life is priceless. Quality of life of this neighborhood, revitalizing North Beach is important, and also paying a tribute and history to restore that Doville history and that story, I think is such an important part of the Miami Beach DNA. And so I think they chose me rather than someone else, and that's kind of what happened there.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes, Commissioner.
So remind me, how much money is going into the CRA over the life of the CRA?
Over 300 million, around 378 million, give or take.
And so by law, a minimum of 10% of CRA funds have to be used for affordable housing, right?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
So it is a minimum of 10%, but there's nothing stopping us from using more of that CRA money to be used for affordable housing, and not necessarily acquiring land and building new, but rehabilitating, per the earlier conversation that we had on the prior item. So I think it's, as my colleague Commissioner Magazine said, it's probably unrealistic to hope to have attainable housing for the missing middle or affordable workforce housing on oceanfront property for multiple reasons. And arguably, it's not necessarily the best, highest use of that land when you can generate benefits for a community as a result of those higher price points. As long as that part of those benefits going back to the community are geared toward specifically creating more affordable housing, missing middle housing stock. And so I want it clear, I want it crystal clear to everybody who is listening to this, that supporting this, it does so many things for the North Beach community, but it also guarantees that money will be available starting soon to start improving our housing stock, of affordable housing stock, both between the Byron Carlisle, which is ready in development, and the opportunity to acquire, update, or build new if the opportunity presents within the North Beach community where it is so desperately needed.
Interesting.
Did you have the rest of the presentation to do, David?
I had just a few more slides that we could go through. I think, obviously the infrastructure of North Beach, when we all drive through North Beach, we see broken sidewalks, we see, you know, lights that aren't turned on. We see a lot of things, flooding. We see a lot of things that I think need improvement. I think the CRA funds are important. I think not only is the CRA getting money, the school board is getting a significant amount of money. I think I have a projection here that'll show you fairly quickly. Let me just get to that. This talks about the engineering and systems for the stormwater retention that we're implementing. I think it's around 12 gravity wells that we're going to have. And then this kind of talks about the gallons per minute capacity that we're going to be generating. Sorry, it's 15 drainage wells. And then also the economic impact. When we go into that, here it's $368 million that's been projected to go into the CRA. And then we have an immense amount of additional tax revenues going to the school board from this project. We have an intense amount of revenues post-CRA going to the county. And then also to the city. So even post the CRA, the city's going to continue getting the incremental tax revenues. This kind of gives you a quick summary of the public benefits package. And we're really honored to be here, guys, to be part of this and working with the community. This has been a one and a half years of a lot of work and a lot of engagement, and we appreciate your time, and I'm honored to be here. Thank you.
Commissioner Suarez.
David, while you're up there, why do you need this? Why do you need this extra FAR and height for this particular project?
So in order to replicate the Doville, basically we're getting 35 feet plus the kind of the roof of the Doville, but 35 feet of that height is being used. So today, let's say 230 could be built here and you have 300 feet. So 35 feet of that is being dedicated to that. The second issue is this additional, so this 250,000 square feet of FAR in the historic tower. That area is perpendicular to the property as well. So traditionally, if you were just developing this property, it would be parallel. Like traditionally, it would be two parallel buildings facing the ocean. Because we're replicating the building, we have a perpendicular building to the ocean. And so with those considerations and the cost of building, so not only do we have a land cost, but we also have the replication costs. And so when you look at that, it's basically the only way to make it economically feasible in order to replicate and restore the Doville.
And if Tom, can you come back up, please? Just have a few questions. So you mentioned you're replicating the Doville, right? Tom, in your professional opinion and experience, how much of the Doville is being replicated?
Based upon the drawings that we've looked at recently, and this is based upon the new iteration, a fairly substantial amount of the pedestal is being reconstructed. I'd say probably 85 to 90%. However, I'd say less than 25% of the original tower. And the reason for that is because of the need to create two towers, and the developer has moved in the direction of more of a reinterpretation of the tower as opposed to the replication of the tower.
So in totality, what percentage would you say is the replica?
When you take into consideration the new design of the tower, it's probably 40% in total. It's under 50%.
40%. Okay, so I think I've made this I've made this publicly clear. And you told me, David, that it's going to cost you around $215 million to rebuild the Doville and the pedestal and the elements of the Doville, right?
Yes, so the pedestals, as Tom said, is 85 to 90% that way. Reason being, we wanted to be sensitive to our neighbors, and so to the north and south of the property, we set back the building. So basically, we're replicating the entire pedestal, the first 35 feet, and really what you see from the street. And then the tower is being reinterpreted. The old Doville didn't have a lot of the considerations to make a viable hotel, like ceiling heights and certain things, but the architecture will be mid-century modern, and it will have a lot of the architectural features, signage, the elevator tower, as well as the sighting on the site of the old Doville.
So, one of the things that we brought up at the last meeting was an economic analysis, right, of how much value, if we approve this, are we gifting to the project, right? And Tom, you can come back up. Yeah, so, we all passed the motion to get an economic analysis of this project, and, because, look, I certainly don't want to be in the business of selling zoning, but at least I want to make sure that we're getting a fair deal. And Tom, if you can just reiterate the profit that would be made. I understand it's been changed. I know that the height went from 380 to 300, but the FAR, the total FAR has not changed. So Tom, if you could just read it into the record, generally where we're at, and now that with the new change, specifically, now that there's going to be more dedicated FAR to residential, does that change the economic analysis of the benefits that we're gifting to the developer?
Our economic consultant did not do a reanalysis based upon the changes because of the fact that the changes came about so quickly. Our consultant didn't have a chance to redo the economic analysis. However, since the FAR is remaining the same and the height is only coming down 80 feet, we believe that it would be prudent to still consider the economic analysis that was submitted for the May meeting.
And how much was that?
So in the analysis, and Andy, correct anything that I'm saying that might be wrong. The analysis estimates that for 210,000 sellable square foot above a height of 200 feet, that the price would be $1,300 per square foot, resulting in a total cost exclusive of the amount spent on the site acquisition in the amount of $273,000. And in summary, our economic analyst estimates that the value of the condominium square footage above 200 feet to the developer would be $568,452,000 minus the cost of the proffers that were discussed above in terms of his public benefits.
So $568 million. Okay.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Okay. So, I just, it's a little distressing, right? Because we've had, and David, this is no fault to you, right? I mean, you kind of, you're the face of it now, and the Morellos are not here, right? But they have been probably the most egregious landowners in Miami Beach. They let an iconic hotel rot and be demolished.
Well, the last item was competitive too.
Yeah. Well, I would say this is exponentially worse. They've let parts of the building fall onto the public right away. They've sued the city with egregious lawsuits. They're not good actors in the city of Miami Beach, and they're going to be what percentage owners in this deal?
75%.
So they're going to be the majority.
No, I'm the manager, I'm the decision maker, and I'm the developer.
Right. So, but they're still going to be.
I'm going to guarantee all loans as well, so I'll have the decision making.
And it took them until today to wire funds for fines that were owed to us.
That's not correct, sir. I think the monies were wired according to the last first development agreement a
I'm
month
sorry,
ago.
in the last
Like,
couple
like,
months.
In the
they-
last couple months,
Yeah,
yes,
in
sir.
the last couple
Yeah,
months, but
yep.
it has been outstanding for quite some time.
Yeah.
Right? And the fact that it has allowed to get to $6 million in fines, and they only decided to pay it up until now because they want something, I think is a big problem. You know, I think by doing this, you know, we're gonna set a very dangerous precedent. You know, we're giving away over $500 million in value to you and the Morellos, in profit, extra above and beyond what you would normally make. And again, you're shaking your head, but that's just what the economic analysis says to us. And we're giving it to the most egregiously bad actors in Miami Beach, for something of a 40% replica of a hotel. Now, to me, that's a bad deal, okay? Because what we're gonna be telling every other property owner in North Beach, or pretty much anywhere in Miami Beach, is if you demolish your property, you wait 5, 10 years, you sit on it, you wait for a favorable commission, you break down a neighborhood, you'll eventually get what you want. And I've got a problem with that. I got a serious big problem with rewarding bad behavior. And this is exactly what this is doing. Because we're gonna set a precedent, and you only need one. You only need one to really set the stage. I have the Sussmans calling me, and they're like, "Well, you know, you're gonna, if this goes through, we're gonna want something too." And any property, Tom, you can come back up. Because of the new state preemption, if you are east of the coastal construction line, you can demolish your property as a right. You don't need an approval, correct?
That's correct. Under the Resiliency and Unsafe Structures Act, unless you're in an exempt area, and the exempt area is basically the Art Deco district south of 23rd Street, yes, if you're eastward of the coastal construction line or any part of your building, then you're preempted from historic preservation.
So anyone can just demolish their building if they wanted to, right? And so, look, David, I mean, that's the reality, because if this goes through, guaranteed, this is gonna happen again and again and again. And sure, it could be up to us to make that, to hold a line on it, but there's gonna be a precedent. I think even your lobbyist right now, Michael Larkin, has stated on the record when he was representing the Stephen Ross. He wasn't representing Stephen Ross, I'm sorry. He was representing the Sussmans, that they would seek relief for the same sort of benefits that we're doing. Because in reality, what we're doing is we're spot zoning for this particular site. And I just don't think it's a good deal for us to set a bad precedent, reward bad actors for a replica of a hotel that's 40%. I would rather, and David Martinez, if you can come up for a second. Mr. Martinez, how much in capital improvement projects are pending for specifically North Beach in a 5-year plan and I think a 30-year plan?
For a 5-year plan, you're looking at somewhere north of 100 million. I don't remember the exact amount, 130 or something in that ballpark.
Okay. About over 100 million?
For the 5-year capital plan.
Okay.
The 30-year, I don't have the exact number, but it's
and that's for
millions.
capital improvements such as what?
The capital improvements for the long term, you're looking at water, sewer, and stormwater infrastructure above ground, redoing roads, lighting, that sort of thing, as well as some of the other capital projects that we have in the books right now. A lot of capital renewal and replacement for our facilities, things of that nature.
Thank you. So, David, to me, if you're going to spend $215 million on a 40% replica why not forget about the podium, forget about the hotel, and give the city of Miami Beach that $215 million specifically for North Beach, where everyone in North Beach and Miami Beach gets to benefit from, where we would not have to raise our taxes to pay for these capital improvement projects, which it's going to be very hard to fund. And that's something that really benefits. And you know what? You can keep the amount of FAR you have, get what you want, and you don't have to be burdened by building a replica, a 40% replica, which, look.
You'll support that?
In my opinion, if he's willing to give us $215 million for North Beach capital improvement projects, yeah, I'd be okay with that. And so
Commissioner, I just want to clarify something. The $215 million is only for the historic pedestal. The historic pedestal is being replicated 90%, not 40%. So I just wanted to clarify that real quick. Because that's the area that is where all the amazing things that happen in this hotel.
As an elected official, you know, when I go out and I knocked on doors, one of the biggest things that people complain about, everyone knows, is overdevelopment, okay? But they also complain about potholes, and they also complain about, I'm glad Omar Jimenez is here, is water quality, because we don't have proper injection wells from previous commissions past who probably did not put in proper pump stations. And we have a kayak launch in North Beach that you can't use, because if you go in there, you're gonna die, okay? Not die, but you could die. To me, fixing those problems, those quality of life problems, is a real public benefit. And that's something that everyone in North Beach can feel and touch and benefit from. When people drive down Collins Avenue, they don't say, wow, I really miss the Doville. They say, I don't want to get a bacteria infection from Parkview Island. They want to see their roads corrected. They want to.
Commissioner, there's 300.
Yeah, but when you have like marijuana places that want to come up there, or tattoo parlors that we have to legislate not to come in there because there's an absence. I'm not trying to get to the merits, but there's other side effects.
But where I'm getting at is,
if I could just ask for a point of clarification from Tom, the FAR is predicated on replication, right? It's not. So could you explain that so that we are all clear on this? Because I believe what you just offered was to keep the FAR without any replication, but this entire project is based on bonus FAR, based on some partial or complete replication, and depending on what was offered, that's how the FAR is being calibrated.
As drafted, the land development regulations are being amended to provide for bonus FAR. So it's not just a straight up FAR increase, but it's bonus FAR up to a maximum of 5.5. And one of the bonuses, as well as the other bonuses for the additional FAR, are predicated upon the substantial reconstruction of the Doville as determined by the Historic Preservation Board, as represented by the developer in the development agreement. That would include probably close to a 90% replication of the pedestal, but on the tower portion, that's going to be more of a reinterpretation in the current iteration.
Thank you, Tom. So, but again, the economic analysis shows that it's not costing them $215 million to rebuild this.
I just want to acknowledge, because I'm getting a lot of questions from my colleagues, and also I'm getting texts from residents. You know, we put in time limitations for presentations. There's no time limitation for asking questions. So some people want me to shut this down, and I'm not going to, because as long as we are asking questions and keeping it going, there's nothing, and I personally, I think the questions are actually legitimate. So
what happens though, because we have a time limit, so what happens if we are not able to vote because one of our colleagues has to leave?
We'll vote when he leaves.
So,
or if he leaves, we'll continue.
Yeah, and look, and where I'm coming out with this, and look, I'm simply saying, David, if you really wanted to benefit the community, building a private hotel is not a public benefit. It's just not. okay? Because it's one thing maybe if you were 100% owner. The fact that the Morellos are going to keep 75% of the share and profit off of their their intended neglect to get to this exact point where we are today is just, it's really just a bad precedent. And so I think a much better deal for our city would be, instead of rebuilding a 40% replica that's gone, and that would, which by the way, would cascade to other buildings in North Beach to demolish and then rebuild as a replica of 40% and to get extra FAR and height. You know, we have real problems in North Beach where one project like this could wipe all that out.
I think this will be a catalyst. Urban planning wise, Doville needs a hotel. It doesn't have the tourism that South Beach and Mid Beach has, and it needs a signature hotel.
How many hotel units are there?
There's 150 hotel keys, but there's
I mean,
restaurants.
David, with all due
there's
respect,
meeting spaces.
David, with all due respect, I don't think a 150 hotel unit building is going to really be the catalyst. What is going to be the catalyst is going to be the town center that's getting built in North Beach, and it's on its way. It's not that it's excuse me, Commissioner Dominguez. It's not that it's going to, the one project is going to change everything.
No,
There's
I'm
I
not
think
saying
13 developments that are going up in North Beach as we speak. So
How many cranes do you see, Commissioner? There's not many, not many. North Beach, a lot of things get planned and they don't get built. And what we've done
how many
is-
permits do we have ready, Tom, for North Beach?
There's a number of projects that in the town center area that have received DRB approval. Only one's been built, which is 72 Park. The other ones are in various stages of the permitting process.
Okay. So
I don't believe that we have a single crane up in our entire city, except for the convention center hotel on government-owned land.
And look,
Commissioner,
and I want to follow, I'm just going to finish up with this. Look, I just want what I think is the best deal, okay? I understand, you know, you and the Morellos are going to do really well with this project, because it certainly doesn't seem like there's going to be any other opposition to this. But I think, you know, the precedent that this is going to set is going to be profound. And if my colleagues are seriously interested in going through with this, at least get the best deal, because with the public benefits that I've seen, $7.5 million for the Byron Carlisle, a little triangle park, which is really nothing. It's just a swale. And beach access is nice. I thank you. It's great too. Yeah, great. But the fact that you're making almost $600 million on this, and it's somehow justified that a private hotel is a public benefit, just doesn't sit right with me. So,
Commissioner Magazine.
Couple things. While I've never personally met them, through all their actions, I would have to agree that the ownership group being cited in reference seem as if they are amongst some of the worst stakeholders in our city. They're going to benefit and profit from any future development here, and they let be destroyed what is one of our few iconic structures in our entire city. However, I cannot allow us to cut off our nose to spite our face. I went to the original planning board meeting just as an interested resident. I didn't even know it was on the agenda that day, several years ago, when the first Doville proposal was out there. And I see the same people, our same community members, Brett, Tom, number of people, still sitting here with a hole in the ground. A hole in the ground, and I know, me and my family know what it's like to live across the street from one. It happened at 5 Park, and it was awful. And people go, oh my gosh, that building over there at 5 Park, guess what, it's not that bad. We have a beautiful park, okay? But it's activated, and we feel like a community now. I lived there for almost 10 years, and I felt like I lived in a building across from a dirt hole in the ground. Okay, I originally got involved in politics because my wife at the time was pregnant with our daughter, and Zika was ground zero because we lived across from a dirt hole. So I actually don't disagree with a lot of what Commissioner Suarez is saying. If I were king and I got to decide what the public benefits were, I don't know if I'd say a hotel is the best use for my personal preference. But when I vote, I have to vote for the people that I represent. I was never at the Doville. I don't have pictures there. Despite my quickly graying hair, it's mostly because of all of you, okay? And I wasn't there when the Beatles played. So this doesn't hold some sentiment to me, but I know it does for the people that I was voted to represent. I never walked into that hotel. I'm going to get no personal nostalgia from this being recreated. And you could ask the city manager, when we first started talking, I go, what is this? I don't think this is all that special. But I've heard from hundreds of people in our community that that is a public benefit to them. It's not to me. I've never been inside the old Doville. It wasn't important to me. I'm not going to get this feeling of nostalgia being there from when I was a kid. But I know a lot of our residents are, a lot of the people that I represent. If I got to make a unilateral decision, I would rather a boatload of money instead of recreating this. I would. But the people that I represent, seemingly they feel different. And we could have a debate, what percentage of those people are, but for the ones that I've heard over there, not only the months that this project has been in the works, but over the years where that original proposal got voted down. And the number one thing that I heard for the feedback is Steve Ross came in and was going to build this beautiful shiny tower with Frank Gehry, but he gave a screw you to the people that wanted to have a voice in what that final product would be. And while it seems like pretty bad stakeholders are going to benefit here, it doesn't outweigh that the community that I am elected to represent and serve is going to benefit from a project like this moving forward. That's my first and foremost concern, is moving something forward. And then I think, what does the neighborhood truly want? And over the months and over the years, I've placed a renewed value and emphasis on things that are nostalgic, that do honor our history and historic preservation, where we have boards set up just to preserve that, because that does create an identity for Miami Beach. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Bott and Commissioner Fernandez. Thank you.
I'd like to move the item.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Fernandez.
So I have a question for the administration. How much taxable value do we anticipate is going to be generated from this project?
Tom, do you have that?
The developer put together, I think it was Washington Economic Associates, and if you, are you putting that up? Okay. There was an analysis done by the developer on that.
And this is just during this CRA term, but the school board will also be getting funds during the CRA term as well.
So, let's see. By 2040, we'll be getting 17 million. By 2050, 26 million. All right, and so, in essence, that is our responsibility, fixing drains, fixing outfalls, fixing water quality. That's why people pay property taxes. But then is our decision how we allocate those property taxes. And that's a big distinction here. The site has been sitting empty. It's draining the economy of the area. We're not getting today the property taxes that we'll be getting 2024 or next year. Just what does it go up to next year?
Not sure, I'll get back to you on that. I don't know exactly the number, but I'll get back to you on that.
Let's see, you're being given some numbers.
So taxable value in 2024 was 72 million, and then it jumps when we complete to 725 million.
Okay, all right. And that's what, 6 years from now?
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years from now. 6.
6 years from
Yeah.
now. All right, so in 6 years, we're gonna go from 72 million in taxable value to over $700 million in taxable value. And those taxes, who's responsible for the allocation of those taxes? It's all of us. And we're the ones that decide with those tax dollars, are we going to prioritize what we're saying? Are we going to prioritize fixing the road, fixing the sidewalks, fixing the aging infrastructure, and everything else that has to be fixed in North Beach? That's our responsibility. This is why people pay property taxes. And that's just property taxes in addition to all the other public benefits that are being offered. I was at the original Doville. I used to go to the gym that was at the original Doville. I went to events at the, not Joe. I did go to, actually at Eula used to have a beautiful fashion show that many of our commissioners actually used to attend as well, many years ago to raise funds. And there was a gym there that was active, and when that was there and the hotel was active, the businesses in that corridor were flourishing. Came the shutdown of the hotel, that shell got filled with drug dealers and homeless individuals. And then, of course, we all know what happened. But ultimately, today, who's suffering? What's suffering? The businesses are suffering, and the residents are suffering. We can say that we don't want to, that we can say we want to punish the Meruelos. That's equivalent to saying you want to punish the residents of North Beach. You want to put the residents of North Beach through more years of a suffering economy, of more years of vagrancy, of more years of homeless individuals squatting in the garage, of more years of lack of progress. It's our responsibility to handle our tax dollars properly. For crying out loud, if we wouldn't have allocated nearly $30 million of deficit in the last agenda going into next fiscal year, maybe we would have money to fix some of this infrastructure. But this commission chooses to, put money into other stuff. Well, here, new tax revenue going from 72 million to 700 million in taxable value by 2030. Those are operational dollars that we can use to fix everything that is being proposed, in addition to all the other public benefits, in addition to getting 150 parking spaces. How much are each one of those parking spaces worth?
I believe the last time that we built a parking garage, which is a number of years ago, it was more than $50,000 a parking space.
How much?
More than $50,000 a parking space.
Okay, and if we needed to build today 150 parking spaces in North Beach, Mr. Manager, do we have the land to build it?
I mean, I'm hoping that we're gonna build the one on 72nd Street.
Besides that one, I mean, but that's further north. That is further north.
That is further north, but
Yeah.
we do not have, in this specific location, we do not have the land to be able to build.
And do we have a parking shortage in North Beach, even taking into account 72nd Street Garage?
Yes.
All right, and so, and in fact, so much so that we're making our residents now get decals register with the city and parking zones, which was in part incredibly unpopular, but we did it because we recognize there's a lack of parking. Well, here we're getting without having to build it. We are getting 150 parking spaces that we would have to begin by finding the land to acquire, to develop it. And I get that not everyone values the replication aspect of this, but replication for demolition by neglect has been a part of the policies that this city has prioritized for a long time. Mr. Mooney. how long has our city had the code that states that demolition by neglect leads to replication?
That's been in the code since probably the early 2000s.
So probably over 20 years. That has been the position of this city, that historic buildings that are demolished by neglect need to be replicated.
The presumption.
And was that preempted by the state of Florida?
Yes.
That
On
was
certain properties, yes.
That was preempted by the state of Florida. And now, besides this development agreement, would we be able to achieve a replication, especially of the ground level activation, the ground level porte cochere, the facades that are iconic, the lines even on the tower? And I know that people say, well, it's only 40%. Well, that is unique Miami modern architecture that would be replaced with something else if it were not for this agreement. Was that preempted by the state of Florida?
Yes, we would not have any way to require a replication other than a development agreement such as this.
And so to me, that's important because when we say we want to preserve our architectural design, this is part of us preserving our architectural design. When we have opportunities to partner with developers that are not going to go into a new style of architecture that is not consistent with the character and the history of this city, when we're not willing to work with them, then we can't say we're fighting for the preservation of our character. This is yes. Are the Morelos involved? Yes. But there's another partner that is involved, that is bringing back to life the history that this community fought to save, that this community lost, but that we can still bring back as part of the architectural history of this city. And to say that we want to punish the Morelos, we might as well say we want to punish every single resident and every single business in North Beach, because that is exactly what we would be doing. We would be saying, you need to live in a depressed economy, you need to live with crime, you need to live with a lack of commercial activity or the lack of increase in property values, because we know that in any other circumstance, we want to push the Morelos to sell and not be involved anymore. Well, guess what? They're still going to make a windfall, even if they sell and they're no longer involved. And what are we going to do? We're just going to kick the can down the road. We're going to lose taxable dollars that we could be reinvesting into the infrastructure in North Beach, and we will prolong the agony that the North Beach residents have been forced to live with for all too long.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to correct the record. I never said punish the Morelos. Okay, we're clear. I don't think we should be rewarding the Morelos. That's two very distinct statements. I don't want to punish anyone. Okay, I just want to make sure that we're clear on that. My point is that we shouldn't reward bad behavior, and we're at this point today because of bad behavior. The neighborhood is breaking and is in blight because of the actions of the Morelos. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that, respectfully, Commissioner Fernandez.
So 4 years ago, when we were dealing with the Doville, which was still standing but closed, and we had legislation that was dormant, I brought legislation to kickstart that litigation, which ultimately is what happened. And immediately we started issuing the fines and the legislation. But because I had brought that, I got invited to a lot of community meetings relating to the Doville to speak, to participate, and there were a lot of them. There's a lot of interest in the Doville. And I have been to the Doville. I went to some weddings there when it was, yeah, that's true. That is true. Not because of you, though. But what I heard is similar to what you mentioned, Commissioner Magazine. There is significant interest in the replication, and ultimately, I heard that from a lot of our residents. So I listened to that. Ultimately, we ultimately have to decide what a private actor is willing to do. Where we don't get to create the project, we get to sort of call balls and strikes. Yes, we can try to negotiate, which we do. We've changed it. But ultimately, we have to make a decision whether this particular, because we could ultimately vote no, and maybe David Martin or someone else comes back with a different iteration, or maybe it just sits the way it is for decades. Who knows? But ultimately, we have to make the decision what's best. I think the community has said, by and large, there are people who feel very strongly against, and I've gotten some of those calls, and we see some people here. But by and large, it seems that the North Beach community does want something that'll kickstart the neighborhood, be something proud, that'll be proud, and will also, I think it helps with security, and also ultimately the types of businesses you're going to get that are going to be able to sort of feed off of the what's going to be a high-end hotel and residential units.
There's a motion and a second.
There's a motion and a second.
It is a public hearing.
Let's call it.
Okay, so if anyone wishes to speak, please stand in line. I'm going to call first Yvonne Andries. Please state your name, and we're going to again do 1 minute.
Good evening. My name's Yvonne Andrus. I'm here on behalf of the Sterling Condominium Association, once again, actually. And it's a pleasure to be speaking with you this evening, again, on behalf and representing the interests of the Sterling Condominium Association, Inc., that's located 6767 Collins Avenue. I'm here today at the request of the association's board of directors to express the association's continued strong support for the proposed redevelopment of the site and to urge you all to approve this project. While the association was supportive of Mr. Martin's initial concept, what you are being asked to consider and approve today shows that Mr. Martin has remained steadfast in his commitment to delivering a project the residents of North Beach can be proud of, and it still addresses your concerns. The project has many benefits to the residents of North Beach, such as the public access to multiple portions of the Doville property, a parking garage with the 150 dedicated parking spaces, millions in capital contributions for the Art and Cultural Center, the enhancement of the Triangle Pocket Park, and much more. If you continue to put roadblocks in front of development, it's not the developer who loses, it is the North
Thank
Beach
you so
community.
much. Go ahead, please.
My name is Adam Bierman. I'm a resident of Miami Beach, and I work with Sherry Frontenac Hotel, which is to the south of this project. I want to report to the commission that the Doville project, this amendment has the Doville project setback at 30 feet, whereas the statutory requirement is 50 feet. It's relevant because the Sherry Frontenac intends to go and build a project on the north segment of their lot, and that 30-foot setback is problematic in terms of that development, in terms of scooching it and giving it room to go and do something that's lovely. So I'd like to go and have that be addressed in your decision tree and this approval process.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Anthony. Anthony, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
My name is Anthony Stiso. I live at the Sterling, 6767 Collins Avenue, where I serve on the board of directors. I strongly support this project, as well as so do the other board members and many of our neighbors. You've already heard the benefits. Please, let this happen for North Beach. We're waiting and we're watching. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Brad Benessi, 730 Ocean Terrace, and in August will be 26-year resident, so we love Miami Beach. We are in full support of this. My husband and I, JR, are in full support of this project. I know you're wondering what my sticker says. It says, support history, support the Doville. So we're going to support the history by rebuilding the Doville. And you know what? We have 0% of the Doville right now. I'll take 40%. So we are in total support of this. I've heard a lot of, talk about height and size, it's, the Saint-Tropez is 276, and it's all, 300 is an amazing size. So we are in total support of this, and I appreciate everybody coming out and supporting this, because I've never heard such support for this project. And hopefully, and as far as, the assessments from Sherry Frontenac, they haven't finished their project, so don't take any calls from them until they finish that project. So a lot of people repeat themselves, so I'm just repeating myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Sharon. Sharon, state your full name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Sharon Weiss. I live at 233 81st Street. While I'm not necessarily opposed to this project, I would like to remind the commission that the last time Tara and David Martin developed up here, they promised to retain elements of the Deezerland Hotel and keep it a hotel, which would be beneficial to the economy. Not only did they completely demolish the Deezerland, which was a Morris Lapidus historic building, there's no hotel, it's condos. That project was the first time that Terra had an oceanfront development, and I would say that it didn't go that great for their neighbors, the Champlain Tower. We gave them a street for a pittance of money in return. Yes, the park is nice, but we also lost a part of a street. The work that they did to pave that street for beach access is not being maintained. It's in terrible condition. So I would just say that please
Thank you
be
so
very
much. I
careful
apologize, but
dealing
you're out
with
of
this.
time. Go ahead, please.
So Ms. Manning is going to yield me her time, and my parents will also yield me their time. I'm not going to need more than 2.5 minutes. So good evening, City Manager, Mayor, Commissioners, and my fellow Miami Beach residents. I stand before you today not just as a concerned resident, but as someone who has fought tirelessly for our neighborhoods, our environment, and our future over the past 5 years. What's happening with the Doville redevelopment is deeply troubling. 2 300-foot towers in the heart of North Beach with minimal community benefits in return when compared to the $100 million provided at the 500 Alton project. That's not revitalization, it's exploitation. We're being asked to give away our skyline, our sunlight, and our souls without a real seat at the table. And once again, we're watching the city bend backwards for powerful interests and away from the people who live here. For years, I've worked on the front lines in this community, cleaning polluted shorelines, restoring neglected spaces, fighting for environmental justice, and building coalitions from the ground up. I've served on city boards, served 20 years as operator of a small family business in South Beach and Mid Beach, and led clean water campaigns and brought neighbors together to create real lasting change, not for headlines, but because I care.
Thank you so much, sir.
You yielded the time for the other lady, and why not for me?
Well, you're already over by 30 seconds, so I'm just trying to get the people going.
It wasn't even 1 minute.
Give him a little more time.
From South Beach to Mid Beach, North Beach, people are tired of being ignored, tired of decisions being made behind closed doors, tired of watching our city become unrecognizable. That's why today, just 1 hour ago, I officially filed my candidacy for Miami Beach City Commission Group 1. I'm running because I love this city too much to stay silent. I'm running because over the past 5 years, I've personally suffered repeated skin infections and scars that will remain on my body forever from the high bacteria levels and the polluted waters that surround my home that I haven't been able to enjoy once fully my homestead property since I bought it 8 years ago. I'm running because North Beach deserves better, and so does the rest of Miami Beach. I'm running to bring real transparency, real accountability, real community leadership back to City Hall. This is not just a campaign, it's a movement of a change that begins when ordinary people with big dreams decide they've had enough of waiting and empty promises. This is about grassroots for the people. Let this be a turning point, the Doville, for North Beach, and for every one of us who refuses to be forgotten. Together we're stronger, and I believe we can build a more equitable, sustainable, truly resilient and prosperous future for all of Miami Beach, not just for pockets of special interests. Thank you.
Our next virtual caller has a screen name of iPad. Please state your name.
Commissioner Bott wants to make a comment before we.
Sorry, I don't know if how this works exactly, but Mr. Martin, if you could come back to the podium, please, because one of the prior callers made some pretty outrageous statements. I don't know if they're outrageous. I don't mean to editorialize, but could you address the comments made about the 87 Park development? I was not involved in paying attention to that.
So the Renzo Piano was the architecture. We did a development agreement with the city. We went through several public hearings, public processes, and the city commission at that time voted to move forward with a project that included green space improvements and infrastructure, as well as beach walks as well.
Okay, and so the reason why you weren't able to keep the original historic property? Because I think that was part of the plan. Could you just address that a little bit?
At the time, the building was in pretty bad shape. It wasn't historically preserved. So basically, the exterior architecture wasn't, but there was an interior. Morris had done an interior job in the project, but when we bought it, that interior was all stripped out. It really didn't exist what the historic interiors were, because that's where Lapidus worked. But basically, when we looked at the site and we looked at the architecture, we basically, instead of building 2 buildings on that site, we chose to eventually build 1 building on that site. And we wanted to bring an amazing architect that had never done any work in the community. And so we brought in Renzo Piano in the community, and the city voted for it. And we had a development agreement and went through several public hearings.
So the initial thought of preserving the hotel, once you got more deeply involved, was not viable. What's the likelihood that that could happen in this?
That's not going to happen because our development agreement requires that we build this hotel. So we do not get anything. No development, like we don't get any FAR. We're not able to get a building permit unless we get a development agreement unless we comply with the development agreement, which requires to replicate the hotel.
So while the previous caller had some concerns with that project, they are completely irrelevant to this project?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they are apples and snakes. They're not even apples and oranges.
That's
They're
correct.
apples and snakes.
Correct. Contractually, in the development agreement, we are required and compelled to replicate the hotel.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
So let's go back. The next caller has a screen name of iPad. Please identify yourself. You have 1 minute. Please unmute yourself. Then let's go to the next virtual caller, Renee.
Greetings, Mayor and City Council. My name is Doville from 6608 Collins Avenue, Rene de Paris Jewelry Store. For 65 years, we've been in the same location with the same owner, and I and the 6 businesses in front of the new Doville project greatly anticipate and support the project. We remember the days of the Doville and our bustling neighborhood and the employees who are a large part of the neighborhood business. So I hear there's many different special interests that don't want this project to go forward. But these same forces do not help any of the businesses that have been suffering since the Doville has not been there. So we support this project, and thank you, Mayor and City Council. You're doing a great job.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good evening. My name is Sandra Casola, and I live at 74 Harding Avenue. The reason why I'm supporting this project is because I support North Beach. I support local businesses. And I just, I've been in this area for so many years. And I mean, I wouldn't normally support a project that would harm an area that I've been living so many years and I love dearly. Because I've lived in this area with my parents, and the Doville specifically, the idea that they're replicating it to some point, I'm in favor of it because it reminds me of when I lived there with my parents, especially my mom. It was one of the last places I lived with her before I lost her, before she passed away. So for me, the Doville is very, very nostalgic and important for me. So I support it completely,
Thank you so much.
100%. Thank you.
Mr. Roberts, you're up next. Go ahead, please. State your name, address. You have 1 minute.
Wayne Roberts, shot the 5th. I just want to bring out some economic points that make absolutely no sense to me. So if the assessed values go from 70 million to 750 million, how is it possible that the analysis of the value to David Martin and his partner adds $500 million in net value? It's impossible, right? So, and then I think Eric brought out that FAR valuation is at 20 to 30% of whatever that number is, and it certainly can't be 500 million if the whole property is worth 750. After construction costs, after property costs, it's just ludicrous. And you have to take 20% of that number, whatever that is. David's a good guy. I had problems with him at the marina back 5 years ago. We weren't. I learned that he's wiser, he's smarter, he
Thank you,
works
Mr.
harder.
Roberts. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, thank you. Patricia Agnello, 2555 Collins Avenue. I agree that we should not be rewarding bad behavior. I do think that was very calculated, the way that was handled. But I do understand the frustrations of the businesses and the residents of North Beach. I have two questions for Mr. Martin, if I may. One is the fines that the Murillos amassed. Was interest paid on those fines since they ignored them for all those years? And if not, why not? And number two, did you say earlier that you were going to write into the agreement that there would be no gaming? Okay, just wanted to confirm that.
So yes, confirm no gaming, and secondly, the interest was paid on those fines as well.
Oh, and at what rate?
There's a
I mean, a market rate, or, you know, taking into account all the...
I think the law, and maybe the city attorney can help me with that, but there's a law that there's a certain prescribed rate for
Okay,
fines.
perfect.
We
And
paid
just-
that prescribed.
Did that
rate.
accrue on a quarterly basis or biannual?
Are you talking basis points, or what are you talking here? No, David, can you just clarify about, because this is a concern that many people had. It was fear-mongering. It was never a possibility. But we do have in the DA, the development agreement, that there will be no gaming. And if please clarify that that runs in perpetuity with the land. So if you decide to sell it tomorrow, whoever buys it nobody will ever be allowed to put a casino on that piece of property.
Not only is it a covenant of the property, but I also have a development agreement with the city that I can never own a casino in Miami-Dade County.
Because of your involvement with the Convention Center Hotel.
Correct.
So regardless of what happens with the Doville site, you, David Martin, cannot be involved in any project in the city of Miami Beach that could be a casino.
Correct.
And regardless of if you're not associated with the Doville site, nobody can ever put a casino in there.
There's a covenant on the property.
Okay, so I want everybody who's listening who thought that that was a possibility because it was a fear-mongered story that was put out there. It is not possible. Full stop.
And those covenants, when we put these covenants to run with the land, Nick, we're passing legislation to increase the threshold. If anyone ever thinks of changing these covenants in the future, we're increasing the threshold for that? Because I know we're doing it for short-term rental restrictions. I just want to make sure that out of an abundance of caution, maybe include casinos if that was not included.
We can look at that ordinance, and you could also ask the developer to agree to that as part of this covenant.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Our next virtual speaker is Peter V. Please state your name, and you have 1 minute.
Yeah, Peter Vanderlee, owner of the Doville at 6365 Collins Avenue and Miami Beach voter. So after hearing the revised proposal, I believe it is improved. In my view, though, the height at 300 feet for the towers is still not ideal. And it should be the absolute maximum that should be considered. Now, the 300 feet is certainly low from the prior proposal. It's still on par with what was proposed in the referendum, where it got rejected by the voters while the voters were still able to do so. The issue of 300 feet is that it will set a precedent for the area, among other things, but that one in particular stands out. The area will see a lot of redevelopment in the future, and having 300 feet as a mark is not a positive for the long-term outlook for North Miami Beach if allowed to proceed. Now, I do say that this new proposal is a good step in the right direction. And I want to commend and thank everyone for listening to the concerns that were...
Thank you, sir.
Can I ask a question from Tom Mooney? Sorry. You're getting our steps in tonight. Got you coming back and forth, left and right.
And he does button up very nicely every single time he
I
comes
know.
up to this podium. A true
It's
gentleman.
most appreciated. You know, the resident raises another concern that we have heard. Can you talk about the height implications? Clearly, this is not the tallest building in the neighborhood. So can you allay some of the concerns that some residents might have to that point, please?
Yeah, the highest height in that area, at least in terms of being able to use a higher height for, say, something like the Live Local Act, is 235 feet. That's already been established in the Ocean Terrace area. The height that is proposed here is through a bonus. So it's not an as-of-right height. It's only height that can be achieved up to 300 feet if they meet certain bonus thresholds. And so this is not an overall height increase for the entire area. It's specific to this property, and it's based solely upon bonuses.
And the Akoya, which is a few blocks down, is significantly higher.
Correct. The Carillon, the Akoya, those are significantly higher because they were approved prior to the downzoning in 1998.
Okay, so this is not going to set a precedent for anybody.
No.
So that height at the Akoya can't be used for Live Local?
No, because it's no longer permitted. The only thing that can be used for Live Local is what is currently zoned and permitted. And that's
And this
235
height
feet.
that is being established as part of the Doville cannot be used for Live Local either, because it's not what is being placed in the code. It is being earned through public benefits.
That's correct. It's what we characterize as bonus height, not as a right height.
And the Live Local Act does not allow bonus height to be used.
Correct. It has an exception for bonus height.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, my name's Dennis Davenport. I live at Florida Towers, 6422. I drive by the property, the Doville property every day, riding my bike. And we have a prairie, but we have no house there. It looks awful. We've been waiting and hoping that this development would make the community come alive. The investment should make the small businesses be revitalized, along with the Ocean Park development down the road. We think that it would make the area really say something about the future of Miami Beach. Right now, nobody's lining up. I built a hotel, Hawthorne Suites in Southfield, Michigan, and I know what it takes to be successful. Good luck, gentlemen, but it doesn't mean because they build that it's going to be successful. But right now, we don't have anything, and we need something immediately.
Thank you, sir. Our next virtual caller is Ricardo Tabchi.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Commissioners and Mayor Minor. Just real quick, I want to sadly say that, it's unfortunate timing for the developer because we may have like a lot of people that were there in presence and in Zoom that we're going to be supporting. But having said that, I'm here to support the project. This is Rick Topshi from the Sterling. I'm on the board of directors, 6767 Collins Avenue. Commissioner Suarez, I appreciate that you clarified you're not rewarding the Morellos, but by the same token, that could be interpreted also as punishing the community who has seen the erosion and deterioration, increased crime, loss of value in property value, so forth and so forth. So, not rewarding one is really punishing the other. Just, I appreciate Mayor Steiner for pointing that out as well.
Thank you so much, sir. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. Lyle Stern, 690 Lincoln Road. Just for consistency, I'd like to ask Tom to come. No, just kidding. So I appreciate Commissioner Suarez and I think the very intelligent discussion that he brought here. But we're at a different place in time right now. And I simply want to restate what Commissioner Magazine and Commissioner Fernandez has said. In addition to that, we have a world-class developer coming to our city who's done spectacular projects and is ready to activate this project. And as a resident of the city who drives through North Beach all the time, this is the key to the missing link. Not only what we're going to get at the former Doville site, but also what we're going to get at the parking garage structure, which is super important in terms of creating the pedestrian activity, the cultural activity, and the sense of community in our neighborhood. So I thank you. I urge support for the project, and I thank David for being willing to go through the process, just like Michael Stern did to get here. I thank you all for your time, so thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is David Sharps. Please unmute yourself. Let's go to the next caller, Dominique. Please state your full name.
Vacation.
Dominique, please unmute yourself.
Summoning Elizabeth Latone, summoning Elizabeth Latone.
Let's go to the next. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners.
Elizabeth Latone to aisle 1, Elizabeth Latone.
We can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Yes, yes, my name is Dominique. And I live at the Sterling. I'm very excited about the Doville project. I believe it will bring many positive changes to our North Beach, especially since the developer David Martin have a great track record in Miami Beach. I'm confident that the project will be beneficial for our community. It's crucial that we create a vibrant and dynamic environment for the future of North Beach. North Beach deserves to be a nice, safe, walkable place, and it's essential for the small businesses on Collins Avenue that have struggled in recent years, and it will attract new businesses. We need to give a new life to this neighborhood. Everything is about timing. Now is the time to make it happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Dominique Behar. I live at 6767 Collins Avenue, the Sterling. As a young adult living in North Beach area, I want to express my support for this project. Right now, walking past this empty area, it can often feel unsafe. It's dark, and sometimes there's people hanging out that make it uncomfortable, especially as a young woman walking alone at night. It doesn't feel like the Miami Beach we all know and love. Instead, it feels like a forgotten part of the city. That space should be full of life, music, and community. North Beach has so much potential, and we need projects like this to bring energy, safety, and opportunity back into the neighborhood. This development could help attract a lot more young people, families, and businesses, and it would create a place where we actually want to spend time and feel safe doing so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Stephanie. Stephanie, go ahead, please.
She's in Europe.
Stephanie, please unmute yourself.
Elizabeth Latone.
Let's go to the next caller then. Richard, please go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Richard Zaki. I'm a resident of the Sterling Condominium at 6767 Collins Avenue in Miami Beach and a direct neighbor to the future Doville project. I'd like to voice my strong support. This revised Doville project is a low-density, brilliant solution for our area. North Beach desperately needs this kind of thoughtful development. It's a chance to truly revitalize this area. I urge you to recognize the immense benefit laid out by Mr. Martin. So once again, I strongly support the Doville project, and I hope, Commissioners, you will too. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
Thank you. Go ahead, please. Sir?
Tom Richardson, 6450 Collins Avenue. I want to bring up 2 points. One is that people are comparing this sometimes to the Ross project, which was voted down. That was simply a development project. This gives North Beach back its cultural identity. South Beach has Ocean Drive. Mid Beach has the iconic Fontainebleau and the Eden Rock. North Beach had the porte cochere at the Doville. We're going to get that back. It's going to be part of our cultural identity. That's the thing that makes Miami Beach special. So I really applaud us. To take out the pedestal would be ruining the whole project. That's what the value is in this project to me. The second thing is I couldn't agree more with Commissioner Fernandez and Magazine and Tanya Bott and I think Kristen that all want to see this project go forward. But it's been another year delay because we've come back with a better project. and a year delay really kills North Beach all the time. I don't want to see this continue to be delayed and denied and kicked down the road. I would like to see this go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next caller is Larry
And
Schaefer.
if I may, Mr. Mayor. Tom? I know how important this was to the Allison Park Neighborhood Association. I went to your neighborhood association meeting. And I told you guys what I was going to ask of Mr. Martin. And I made you guys a commitment that we would work with Mr. Martin. I know you guys were upset that, you know, I changed my position to say I was going to support the height that he was asking for, and I promised that we would work to lower the height. And we were able to lower the height and still maintain the replication. And so I just want to thank you guys for understanding, because it was not an easy meeting. I know you guys were passionate and you guys were very understanding of why we had to move forward in the way that we did.
Alex, I really appreciate that you did what you said you were going to do, which you came back with something that was more palatable to a lot of people in the city. And we were mad at you because we thought it would be delayed, but you kept to your word, and I appreciate that.
And we appreciate you.
Our next caller is Larry Schaefer. Please go ahead.
Larry Schaefer, 233 81st Street. I bet you're going to vote 6-1 on this one as well. But this deal is worse than the one you voted 6-1 on before. If you're going to move forward,
My hands are here. Mr. Schaefer, are you there? Mr. Schaefer, I'm going to go to the next caller. If you want to call again, just please do so. Let's go to iPad. Caller with the screen name of iPad, please unmute yourself.
Yes, Alfred Fiella, the Sterling, Unit 1903. We've been very supportive. David has now moved the towers down by 100 feet. That casts less shadow. He's asked to move the hotel back another 33 feet. The view sheds will be better. The replication project for $215 million is, you know, I can't imagine that'll work. I think it's a lost leader for him in order to get his condominium units, which puts him in a different category. By way of your economic study, there's a lot of flaws in it. In fact, somebody forgot to mention the 586, which is construction costs are too high, too low, and the sale prices are $4,000 a square feet to make that number. And then you have to deduct. In your study, it says all these other benefits. Somebody forgot to mention that today. Please, 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 get this thing approved.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, please.
Charles Ortiz, 6725 Harding Avenue. Unlike last time that I was here, I am not necessarily against the project anymore. I think conversation has gone in a good direction. However, I still think we're selling ourselves short, and very much so. I read over the Miami Economic Associates analysis, and I did some of my own numbers. We are still looking at a little bit under $500 billion in incentives for the FAR. However, the public benefits themselves haven't really changed that much other than what was discussed here last time. What has changed, though, and what we have here on page 11, is that the city is now responsible for capital improvements on the garage property after 5 years. That was not there on the first reading. Now it is. Mr. Martin also mentioned that the Pocket Park was a minimum of $250,000, but on the agreement it's actually capped at $250,000. So it says hard cost, capped, soft and hard, capped $250,000. So we have some discrepancies here that we really need to look at so that we get a good deal out of this. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for being so involved. Seriously, Charlie.
Our next caller is Lisi Borderano. Lisi, please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lizzie Bordenaro. I reside at the Sterling, and my husband and I are in support of this project. We are still not as thrilled with the height, but it's much better than the previous height. So we just wanted to, show our support to Mr. David Martin. Thank you so much.
Go ahead, please.
Hi.
Good.
Me? Hi, I'm Susan Cohen. I reside at 6799 Collins. I strongly support this project. As I've mentioned a million times, it's going to bring great vitality to North Beach that we so desperately need, not to mention the benefit to the CRE, which we will not receive until it's up and running. So I implore you to pass this today. And it's my understanding that it then next goes to the planning board where it has to get approved. So again, we're delaying those monies that are going to go into the CRA. So please, if there's anything we can do to fast track this. Ocean Terrace, we know, is taken over 10 years. That's still not being built. So I'd hate to see, time delays deals, and we just need this deal desperately. So let's get it passed, and let's see what we can do in terms of speed, fast tracking this deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is.
One second.
Commissioner Bott.
Eric, we don't have to go, this does not have to go back to the planning board, correct?
It will have to go to HPB. I don't know.
Once there's a project to review.
Right.
So, yeah, so once we pass this, we're moving.
Unless.
That's correct.
Tom is nodding his head, so I'm agreeing with your statement.
Okay.
Our next caller is Stephanie. Stephanie, please unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Hammerman. I live at 6799 Collins. I'm calling to support the Doville. Our community needs it, and I think it respects the needs of the community. And I'm speaking on behalf of my household and also other people at 6799 Collins who've asked me to please support the creation of the Doville.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, please.
Ana Maria Falla. I live at 6767 Collins Avenue, and I strongly support the project. We have been right next to the new project, and it's like he said, a hole in the ground, and it's much needed that the project will revitalize the neighborhood as well. So I thank you, and I urge you to go ahead and approve it.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Guillermo Garcia. Please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Guillermo Garcia Tuñón. I live at the Sterling, 6767 Collins Avenue. I have been attending all the hearings regarding the Doville development. I believe David Martin has accommodated all the requests from the city and from the neighbors to get this project through. But it's a little frustrating that some commissioners are still bringing issues that have been addressed and resolved in the past. The project needs to move forward. I support the project, which is very badly needed.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening. I'm Christina Sosa. I'm a resident at the Carillon at 6799 Collins, and I'm here again to support David Martin and support this development in our community. I've been living in North Beach for over 20 years, and it's time for this project, and this iteration is still great. And with David at the helm, we are going to improve our community. And I just wanted to make a comment that having a new luxury hotel in the community will significantly improve our North Beach area, just like it did for Faena in that whole district. And so a beautiful boutique hotel will add to the value and betterment of our neighborhood. The low-density approach is ideal for the community as well. And we want to see this development move forward and take advantage of the CRA. So please, we're here to get this done together. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Schaefer, go ahead, please.
Hello. Sorry, I had some technical difficulties. In the DA, are you giving these bad acting billionaires 5 years to get permits? At least negotiate that part. If you really think this is going to revitalize North Beach, then force them to deliver quickly. Completion in 2 years. You could have negotiated for a $100 million community center that we need, a center you owe us. You've defaulted on the delivery of that center, and instead you spend time on deals like this. Wouldn't a $100 million community center revitalize North Beach? You're going to approve for nostalgia and a bag of scraps. Small dollar amounts provided for different projects. The Doville had 500 rooms, now we get 150 in 5 years. Come on. The SDRs in the town center will revitalize North Beach first. We should own the hotel itself and its ongoing revenue in exchange for the entitlements, not just the nostalgia. Everyone, including me, wants something to happen, but many want a better deal. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, Janet Silverman, 6899 Collins Avenue. I live at the Carillon. I'm on the board of the North Tower of the Carillon. We at the Carillon, to a person that I've spoken to recently, are wholeheartedly in favor of this project. Our board is 100% in favor of this project. We need it in the area. I mean, I can't say more than has already been said. There's not much more to say. Everybody's talked about all of the benefits, but I want to reiterate what my neighbor Susan said, that we just need to get this done as quickly as possible. I mean, and I don't really agree with Larry Schaefer, but I do agree that 5 years seems like a long time, and we need to just try to move it along as quickly as we can. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Janet. And actually, so do I. I'd like to talk about that when we wrap up.
Next, please.
Agreed.
Hi guys, Miranda, 6725 Harding Avenue. I'm gonna be honest, I think I live in a different part of North Beach than the rest of you. A lot of what you're describing I don't agree with. I have seen a great hand of development on our streets. We have a new Haagen-Dazs, we have a new juice place, we have a marijuana dispensary. We have a lot of things popping up in North Beach, and I just don't agree with the sentiment that's being shared here today. To be honest, I don't have problems on our streets. I walk to the Walgreens across the street from the Doville site regularly, daily, multiple times a week. I come home from club space at many different hours of the night and eat pizza at Venezia with not a concern or a second thought. Do I have concerns about Harding and its lack of road, like the dividing paint on the street? Absolutely. It's a 2-lane, one-way road that people have accidents on and drive the wrong way up. But all these other things I don't understand. However,
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, please. Go ahead, please. Oh, got it.
Okay. Guillermo Baena, 1919 Bay Drive, Miami Beach voter. For me, it's so easy to be in support of the project. Sometimes I am impressed, with all respect, how lack of vision some sighted people have, being blind, and I can say that in addition to bringing back to life this amazing Doville. 40% of the charming and the magic of this hotel, iconic, is a magnet to the city, is what I want to see for my city, is what I want to see for going back. And I think that will bring a lot. And as an economist, actually, I can talk about more than the economic impact that this is going to bring, not only direct, so even indirect. Not only the taxes, all the tourists, all the businesses, everything that is going to bring to the community, I think that is awesome. For me, it's hard to think about a no for this project, so 100% support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I guess that everyone knows me. After 60 years here in Miami Beach, 40 years from the Miami Vice, and all the things that I have gone through in this town, I will keep supporting this project, even with the 300 feet less. It will be a beautiful building. It will be, again, maybe a replica, but it will be the iconic Doville coming back alive. Remember, politicians, commissioners, even myself, we comes and go. But this building and this money will stay forever here. Thank you.
Commissioners, good evening. Kevin Kruger, Miami Beach resident, 8 years now, commercial real estate agent, likewise, and serve a lot of the Miami Beach community. And I want to lend a little support to the redevelopment there. North Beach seems to get left behind. South Beach is the sexy part, known worldwide. But growing up Gen X, what I'm impressed is David Martin and his team can, if there's a problem, he can solve it. A1A can have a nice flow from Miami Beach or South Beach all the way to Palm Beach and really make this the world-class destination. And North Beach deserve this. I've seen the presentation twice, both with your Terra group, and I think your partner's 13th floor. Okay, sorry. Anyway, so I've seen the presentation. The architecture is great. The city's architecture historically celebrated, and there's no reason why we can't lead into the next century with a project like this.
Okay, thank you for everyone who spoke. I did promise Commissioner Magazine and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez two things. One, we're going to discuss cutting down this permitting time. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Magazine. I will also say I had set a 7 o'clock. I said 6:30 for Commissioner Suarez who had a flight, but we have Shabbat coming up too, so we're gonna have to keep moving. Commissioner Magazine.
The primary reason I want to support this project is to see this move forward for the community. So again, and this is why community involvement engagement is so great, because that was just something that, a detail I picked up on the fly. Why does it have to take 5 years? I know you have to have some safeguards, but just to get the permits, like I said, the number one reason I want to be supportive here is to get this moving for the community. So how can we do that as quickly as possible?
Okay.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Thank you all for staying for so long. We are now 5 hours into this hearing. Thank goodness you scheduled the hearing for Friday, because this is what we would have spent our entire monthly commission meeting on. So I'm glad that we did it today. You know, this juxtaposition of old and new, like the most dynamic properties that we have around. When you look at the surf club, it was because they took the old surf club and they replicated it, because they really did tear it apart and then built this new surf club, which is like the hottest property. And they did the same thing on 63rd with the Bath Club. And then when you go to Faena, you know, it's such a wonderful experience. I don't know which one of you mentioned the Faena, but I want that for North Beach too. I want that prosperity. I want that economic engine. I think it's so important. And you know, people, I really wish that Commissioner Suarez was here right now, because I wanted to explain to him why the replication. Oh, you are? What?
Yeah.
So the voice of the 40% replication. Why is that so important? I know that you were born in Sunny Isles, and had we done what we're doing with the Doville and what's happening with the Bath Club and the Shore Club, had we had Sunny Isles had the foresight to do that, it would have such a personality that right now it simply doesn't have. And I think that is the public benefit. The public benefit, the day that the Doville was demolished, hundreds of people came to watch the Doville be demolished. And even though it was like a shadow, skeleton of its former self, and it was disgusting, people had this emotional connection, and people were literally crying. And I remember we fought that Stephen Ross project, and that was a Frank Gehry project. He is a world-renowned architect, and some people were very upset about that. And that, on referendum, it won by just a very little bit that Miami Beach voted it down. But had they agreed to replicate any portion of the Doville, that project would have passed. And I'm confident that at referendum today, if we presented what we're now presenting at 300 feet with the 40% replication, and I didn't really understand the whole podium concept when you were talking about it, but it really is important, not just the arches in the front, but everybody along the beach walk to be able to see that podium. And that is a public benefit, Commissioner Suarez, if you're listening. It's a public benefit that is so important to Miami Beach's history. It really is. Movies will be filmed at this Doville. It will have the spirit and essence of the Doville. And just the fact that we have the name, the Doville, matters. When Janet Silverman got up and said the Carillon, just evoking these old names, it's our anthropology and who we are. So I'm sure that everybody is probably, one more thing that I want to add is this CRA component. The CRA, and I have not spoken on the Doville. I've been sitting here silent for hours now. I just want to explain how important this community redevelopment, the CRA, what was it, the third?
338 million.
What?
338 million.
So
Sorry, 368 million.
no, I was just thinking that this community redevelopment agency that we have, we had to go to the county and we had to tell the county any appreciation in taxable value, first and foremost, the county literally had to declare North Beach blighted to get what we're getting right now. Because any appreciation in taxable value within this area called the community redevelopment area, we get to keep the county dollars. The county was very sorry that they granted us this CRA. They even tried to take the CRA away from us, and that CRA is going to generate so much money that is going to keep that entire area within the CRA not just beautified and maintained, but it's going to help with the resiliency, because we do not have the money for these massive capital projects. And that is going to generate hundreds of millions of dollars. Do you know where the other CRA is? The Convention Center area and South of Fifth. Why does South of Fifth look so beautiful? Because it had the same type of community redevelopment association. What is it? Agency. Like, why can't I remember that? Community redevelopment agency that you're going to get in North Beach. Why is South Point one of the most prosperous areas in Miami Beach? Because of all of those CRA dollars. So what we have in North Beach is very special. And as Ocean Terrace is built and the Doville is completed and all of those dollars flow into the CRA, it is going to be a wonderful economic engine for an area that right now is dying. It is literally dying, and even the most legacy businesses are going out of business. And okay, should we call the question? And with that, I moved the item, but other people want to
Moved in
talk.
second, but Commissioner Magazine.
Can this permit process get down to 4 years?
So real quick, so the completion of the building is what's the 5 years to get a TCO from start of construction to completion, that's the outside date. The standard, the issue with these dates is in order to get a construction loan, you have to, the lender has to feel that you're gonna be able to complete in time and that you have some contingency. But by no means do we wanna sit and wait and not,
It's costing you money to
generate
carry the
revenue.
property.
It costs you money, 100%.
No, but it's 5 years for permits,
No,
which means
no,
we're talking
no,
7 years.
5 years to
Sorry,
TCO.
in section 5, and the city attorney can read it if you want, but in section 5, the developer shall submit legally sufficient project application to the city within 18 months, okay, after the effective date, and it also has a requirement for me to diligently pursue. If you want, I could provide periodic updates to the city, for commission updates every 6 months or what you recommend
Can you
in
do
order
that quicker
to
than
see the
18
progress.
months? Could you say 12 months?
No, I can't, because design and engineering of these projects takes a lot of time. It's a significant amount of time, guys. To get the HPB, you have to go through a rigorous process with the planning department.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
So I have not spoken on this item today, and I'm not going to. I've made my position very clear, my very strong support, and I know we're about to lose the mayor, and we need to take a vote on this. I also encourage as much haste as possible. However, I rather it take a little bit longer on the upfront to make sure there are no issues with construction. So let's just take the vote, and we can work on these details after the fact. I think we are united in our goal to get this up and running ASAP.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Oh, Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, go ahead, call the vote.
Okay.
Motion and a second.
But they've
Motion
come
by
up to-
Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Dominguez. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez is absent, but he left a note that he left notification with me that he would have been a no on all these items. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
For the record, this was for items R5C, R5D, R7B, and R7C.
Okay, point of order. What is the vote?
6-0.
6-0. Okay,
Yes.
because, I just want to make sure because you have to be present in order to
Correct.
vote.
So 6-0, but the notation is that what he
Thank you.
wanted me to read.
Thank you to all my colleagues for being here on a Friday afternoon and spending the last 5 hours together. City staff, God bless.